Hello. So what are we talking about, people? There's a bunch of you. Garth, you still haven't started that YouTube channel. I was wondering if that would come up. What about the Yanuka? And thank you, Gregory. Yes, please, people, smash that like, subscribe, and do consider contributing funds to the link below because, yeah, we have big plans. Well, I just built my new PC. That's good. I hope you got a camera. Um, as soon as I get my PC ready, I'll get on that YouTube channel. I'm glad to hear it. Pics on the Discord. I think I saw those. So the Yanuka is somebody I just found out about today. I am always looking for people who make a good leaders. You tell me, Jacob. I read the magazine article. Tell us your thoughts. He seems like an exciting fellow, to say the least. Yeah, I mean, I personally have long been looking for some figure who could um, Jews could rally around. Unfortunately, most of the people who are in any way prominent tend to be rather old. Um, Rabbi Be'eri, that is his last name, although very few people use it. Rabbi Be'eri seems like a very, um, very, well, first of all, the fact that at his age he has been able to gather as much attention to himself as he has while not being of a prominent rabbinic family and not being wealthy and not being the type of person who uh, sells miracles and things like that is itself quite surprising and delightful. And, the more I look into this man, the more I like him. And the fact that he is 33 years old. And personally, the fact that he was born only a few months after the Rebbitzin died, and he is very openly friendly to um Chabad and the various teachings of the Baal Shem Tov, and um, apparently the one person um, he has most respect for is the Rogachover, which honestly, I mean, I can't even like when I saw that, I was in a sense floored. Um, if we can hit 1,000 subs, Jacob will do a Jewish cooking show. I don't know how to cook, but sure. Is this man you speak of like the Pope of the Jews? No, he is not. He is a young 33-year-old man who, as a 14-year-old, started being referred to. Hey, Bill, started being referred to as the Yanuka, and Yanuka is a term that is used for somebody who is considered a very um, well. The other word that's often used for it is Ilui, which it refers to a prodigy, a child who is brilliant, and that is what he started being called about 20 years ago, apparently, when he was only 14 years old. And over the past 20 years, he has lived a very pious life, during which he has been teaching Torah and being generally a good person. And he also plays the piano and composes songs, which is also actually a very good thing, especially if you're from a Hasidic background. And he is he seems like somebody of great capacity. Yes, I have listened to some of his Torah, um, and honestly, I was impressed. And it doesn't mean much to impress me, but he also impresses the very well-known rabbis in Israel, with all forms of his learning, and so he has become a very, very prominent person very, very quickly. That honestly, somebody of his age being as prominent as he is itself shocking. The only example of anything like this that I know of was Rabbi Ovadia Yosef, as a young man, was similarly, um, yeah. So apparently, the term Yanuka, which just means young man, is comes from the Zohar, and the only person I know who gained notoriety as a young man the way he has was Rabbi Ovadia Yosef, and Rav Ovadia studied in some of the top. Yes, we are talking about a hot new Messiah candidate. Indeed, that is what we were talking about. And from everything I have seen, he is an incredibly pious, good person, and I wish him all the best. Where were we? Sorry, somebody messaged me something, and why am I not seeing where I was? There I am. Okay. I said, young man. Yeah, that's funny. Quick question. Are Noahide Christians who convert to Judaism, or is any conversion to Judaism from any walk considered Noahides? Noahides are people who do not convert to Judaism. Noahides, when we refer to somebody who converts to Judaism, we talk about somebody who is becoming a part of the nation of Israel. And I'm not talking about the political nation of Israel. I am talking about the spiritual nation of Israel. In Judaism, anybody who is not a member of the spiritual nation of Israel, but rather a member of the 70 other nations, who at the very least obeys the 7 commandments which were which God gave to Noah, which is in the Bible as taught by Moses on Sinai, is considered a Noahide. Now, generally, many people would say that Muslims, for instance, would count as Noahides, and in fact, many rabbis have said that all Christians count as Noahides. Modern day Noahides are people who themselves proclaim that they are in fact following what Judaism teaches is Noahide, are the Noahide laws, and generally they tend to be people who rejected Christianity. That's who the vast majority of modern day Noahides are. Antonio, for example, grew up in a quasi slight Christian thing, but he became an atheist, and then he found God through Judaism, and so he considers himself a Noahide, and he never really considered himself a Christian, even though like his parents were Christians, kind of. And so in terms of Noahide Christians, that is somewhat controversial. A Noahide, I tell people, is a Gentile who believes in Judaism. And yeah, it's a difficult concept that's being hammered out as we speak. Even though you're a competing network, I didn't know it was a competing network. If your crew puts together a 30-second promo for the chatting streams, I'll run the commercial for the first day free. Gotcha, makes sense. It's adherence to the laws of Noah, yes. And frankly, a lot of rabbis will say that all Christians and Muslims are in fact Noahides, and some would, well, some might. I have made. Let's put it this way: I have made arguments that Buddhists and Hindus who were raised in those religions at least some of them may be considered Noahides, despite the fact that they were raised in highly idolatrous and unacceptable conditions. But this goes back to the discussion we were having last night about, like, what exactly are we talking about? Are we talking about what Judaism would recommend and want for people if somebody comes and says, hey, Rabbi, what should I do in the world? Or are we talking about um, thinking as Jews about how people are living their lives and whether or not that is a something that we within Judaism consider an acceptable lifestyle. And frankly, for the vast majority of Jewish history, a lot of people have said, why would you ask such a question? It's none of your business. Let God deal with it. And to some extent, I have arguments against that. Mm, mm. If I cannot get the vision mission you see, how are you crazy? What beliefs do you hold that most would find bizarre and therefore, in my book, interesting? I'm not sure I hear your question, but what belief do I believe that people find most bizarre? I believe the world is 5,783 years old. Most people find that very bizarre. Here's my corny joke. A man walks into a leather store. The storekeep says, "Need some leather." The man says, "No, a hide." Ah, ah. You spend way too much time playing online role playing games, my friend Garth. I had asked for a personal mission statement or the vision you want to see happen. I want to see the kingdom of God be on earth as it is in heaven. Do you did you look into the conversion of Nero some more? I did not. I would actually be interested in knowing what Yosef has to say. Um, have a good night, Bill. Um, what's wrong with LARPing? LARPing's fun. I have respect for real LARPers at this point. Their passion has been turned to a common internet insult. Honestly, I loved LARPing. I did Vampire the Masquerade, and I have no problem with LARPing. There's no problem with LARPing. I, um, as I said to my brother-in-law the other night, uh, my two of my nephews turned off the football game they were playing on the screen with, like, whatever their PlayStation or whatever it is, and they were just throwing a football back and forth. And I said to my brother-in-law, your sons are throwing an actual ball as opposed to sitting there in front of a screen uh, throwing, which they did right before then. But and that means that you are a successful person. Jacob is also a nerd. This is news to you, sir, my dear sir. um, well, I never play it. I mean, I'm really bad at any sort of, like, anything with games. Okay, am I gonna just sit here all by myself? Nobody's gonna join me? My Thanksgiving was very nice. Oh, actually, that's what we could talk about. So I was talking with my cousin who is a psychiatrist, and he works with somebody who was, let me see what the name of his name and the name of the thing is. So he was on apparently a pretty famous podcast that I don't really pay much attention to, called Huberman Lab with something Huberman. And if this will actually, like, so his name is Dr. Chris Palmer, and he was on Huberman Lab podcast. Not a good idea. Not gonna happen. Sorry. Um, sorry, friend, but not a good idea. We can talk one on one at some other time. Okay. Love you. Um, so Chris Palmer is my friend's uh is my cousin's partner and he has some very interesting ideas about mitochondria and nutrition. And so that's been pretty exciting stuff that actually has been combining with some spiritual questions I've had. So yeah, that's it. Talk Talmud or Torah? Sure, we can always talk about Talmud and Torah. Hey, Mark. Uh, as much as I love you, Mark, I actually would love you even more if you were doing just chatting streams on your own channel, and people were who wanted to speak to you had an opportunity to come on your channel and speak with you. Mark is savage. I'm warming up to Mark. Originally, I only tolerated Mark because Joey was Joey likes him, and other people I know like him. But I'm warming up on something. Hello, Rabbi Chezi. Hey, Chezi, what do you know about this Yanuka fellow? As far as I can tell, he seems to be Bechazkaz Mashiach to me. Jacob colonizing the just chatting. Yes. Mark streaming his escapades would be interesting. Yeah, I'm actually I tried to find one of his Sfarim to online to buy, but it's really hard getting Hebrew Sfarim in the United States. To you too, really. I like it. I like it. I like it a lot. I was wondering what. So as soon as I saw that the Eda Haredit and ultra Orthodox rabbis were hello Flavian Minhag Saul.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Should I call you Saul or Shaul?
Either way.
Okay.
It's just kind of what I took on. It's my name, but you can write it in Hebrew, I guess.
I forgot. You said you're considering converting to Judaism?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, so Chezi says, I know that he preaches love, so that's good start. Yeah, if you haven't read the Mishpacha article, it was an interesting article. And then I listened to a few of his shiurim, and you're kind of echoing Shaul. I listened to some of his shiurim, and that was nice. And I listened to some of his music, which seemed nice, and I really liked the fact that he seems to be including all kinds of things, including nigunim from the Rebbe at the very least. And so I am a fan of this guy. Jordan Peterson is not charismatic, Mark. Jordan Peterson is charismatic. I didn't know I had escapades, but I'll be doing some stuff soon with the stream. Just a lot going on here. Gotta finish The Office first. You mentioned Clubhouse and whatnot just a bit earlier and other chats. My point is that understanding how your conversations look made for edifying material. Yeah, my problem with Clubhouse for the longest time was it was not available on Android, so I was like, forget it. And by the time it became available for Android, as far as I could tell, it was dead. I am trying streaming on Twitter to see if that's actually a thing. But yeah, Shaul, did you want to talk about something?
No, I just thought I'd come on here and join you for a little bit. No one was joining, so I mean, we have plenty of things we could probably talk about. We just met like a couple nights ago.
This is very, very true. Yes.
So, what is your thoughts on? Let's see here. We talked about. What's your thoughts on the Passover?
Ooh, that
How
is
would
a broad
all
topic.
right. So I'll bring it in. I think last time we talked about uh, like with the meaning of the sacrifice of Passover.
The meaning of the sacrifice of the Passover. Oof. Wow. This is the thing. So, since I've been talking with Father Stephen, um, I kind of have to start looking into like things which I never paid too much attention to. Um, if you're interested, actually, we could if you want to do some Likutei Torah on Pesach, that might actually be some fun stuff to get into. You want to do that?
Yeah, yeah.
Let's pull up Likutei Torah if I can find it online. Where would I find Likutei Torah online? Hebrew Books has Likutei Torah online, right? Hebrew Books Likutei Torah. That is just one page of Likutei Torah. That's not what I was looking for. Why can't they? Okay, so let's go to Hebrew Books. Is that the right page? Yes, it is. And then what? Likutei Torah. The problem with Likutei Torah is there's like a billion Likutei Torahs. And then let's do Zalman. Where's Zion? Zion Lamed Mem Nun. Okay. Let's see if this search brings up Likutei Torah of the Alter Rebbe. No Svarim found.
Hmm.
That's not good. Here, I will amuse you guys.
Dude, there's a Likutei Moran on it. I think.
Yeah, but I want Likutei Torah from the Alter Rebbe. Why can't I find? Yeah, what Torah or would it be Torah or Torah? Torah. Where's the hay? Torah space or search. Okay, so Shnir Azalman Mamarim Melukatim Mesifrei. No, that's not what I want. Ner Mitzvah. Okay, Torah or. Let's see if we can find. Oh, I am not showing it like I was intending to. Okay. Let's read online. Let's tell that to go away. Let's bring this down a bit, and then let's see if Pesach is even in here. I don't see. I am so bad at this. If I had the book in front of me, it would be a lot easier, but I don't. Okay, Sefer Bereshit, that's not it. Sefer Shemot, also not it. Megillat Esther, not what I'm looking for. Hosafot, also not what I'm looking for. This is not helping. Let me see if Hmm. Hmm. Let me see. Pesach. Likutei Torah. That's not doing. Ma'amarim of the Alter Rebbe. This is not helping. Hanukkah Pesach. Not matzah. I don't want matzah. I want Pesach. This is not helping.
Maybe we could just go like first, like right off the top of the head. Like, what do we think about whenever we start thinking about the Passover? Like, the only reason I bring this up is because like there's probably some Christians, there's probably some Jews, probably some Noahides. There's probably a
Listening?
couple. It's probably a pretty relative topic that we can all chew on something from it. Like when? All right, so you're pretty familiar with the Hebrew calendar. Like, what day of the month was it supposed to? The 14th of Nisan, right?
Right. And well, that's the thing. Like it was done at the Har Habayit, and I mean the thing I always found the most surprising of it is that you have to make up chaburot in order to um, groups in order to bring a Pesach offering, but
Mm-hmm.
like I really don't know what to think about it. Like I never even studied like, so I was thinking of looking at, for example, Mishneh Torah and so when I first went, so the Paschal offering, right? So
Mm-hmm.
it's 10 chapters of stuff on by the Rambam, and it's like I should probably read these through before I talk to Father Stephen, who, by the way, is going to be coming on the channel to talk about that stuff. But like, yeah, I
Yeah. Yeah.
don't know. I This is not like something I am very well versed in at all.
Here's another topic. So I hear a lot from philosophy and from, Christian theology and even some Jewish theology as well. This concept, pretty simple, right? Heaven and hell, right? Like what happens to you after you die, right?
Mhm.
Judaism has some a pretty good system nailed down, but in Christianity, um, we see a a interesting system which I would say doesn't have a biblical basis, right? Which is you there's you get one life, and you get punished for that one life, and you either go to hell or you go to heaven, right? For what you do in that one life. And I think that right there, uh, if you have a worldview on that, because I've met Jews as well that have that worldview. Specifically, there are a class of Jews, I think you could probably speak on it more, that do not believe in the immortality of the soul, as we call it, right? Or the transmigration of the soul. And I think,
This was actually what. So yeah, this is actually so. What here? I can bring this up. So I'm not going to embarrass the person who's brought this up, but although I probably should. Where was that? Where were we? Okay, so oops, what did I do? That's not what I meant to do. I should have probably closed a bunch of these tabs first. I'm going to close that tab and that tab. And okay, so somebody who knows who he is asked me about this article of Rabbi Yitzchak Blau, who is Rosh Yeshiva of Yeshivat Oraita and teaches at Midreshet Lindenbaum. I'm guessing these are modern Orthodox thingies. I am not very... and so this is his... As a rationalist, he is talking about how he finds... I guess we could read this. From metaphysics to psychology, people react with great surprise to hearing that I very much enjoy Rav Tzadok HaKohen from Lublin, that is the Jose of Lublin, the seer of Lublin, I believe, Torah, because they wonder what attracts a card-carrying rationalist to a Hasidic rabbi. Now, I have no idea what a card-carrying rationalist is. If it's someone who denies the teachings of the Arizal, then I would say a card-carrying heretic. Like, what are you talking about? In truth, the question does not get off the ground. We should avoid a black and white view of the world in which anyone on the other ideological team has nothing to contribute. Like, what does that even mean for the Hasidic Rebbeim, like the Chozeh of Lublin, to be on the other ideological team? Profound thinkers, no matter what their affiliation, merit attention. Okay, are you going to say the same thing? Like, I mean, the other team, are we talking about people within halacha, or like, are you going to say that of Augustine as well, right? And Aquinas, right? As we shall see, Rab Tzadok's deep insights transcend the intellectual divide for me in a way that the thought of other Hasidic masters does not. Okay, not sure I like this. That being said, I do find myself engaging in an act of translation when I teach Rabbi Tzadok, in which I move from his metaphysical perspective to the realm of human experience. Now, many scholars claim that the development from Kabbalah to Hasidut was precisely a tendency to move from metaphysics to psychology. In his famous critique of Martin Buber's approach to Hasidut, Gershom Shalom wrote, "Thus Buber is right in saying that Gnostic theologomena, when taken over by Hasidism, are transformed. Into what are they transformed? Into statements about man and his way to God. Kabbalistic terminology, which originally referred to divine mysteries, is interpreted by the Hasidic writers as referring also to values of the personal life of man and his relation to God, and great emphasis is placed on this moral reading of the old vocabulary. In the writings of the Rabbi Ber of Mezrich, and I have to say this apparently is where Jung got his, Carl Gustav Jung got his idea that the Maggid was the person who first said all of the things that Jung wanted to teach. And frankly, this is a obvious mistake because we have almost no teachings of the Maggid himself. The 18th century pupil of the Baal Shem Tov, who actually organized the movement, we find a whole string of pages where Kabbalistic terms are almost systematically taken up with a view to explaining what they mean if understood as guiding principles in the personal life of the devotee. They are not robbed of their original meaning, which indeed continues to play its part, rather they acquire an additional one. Okay. The fact that anybody in when was this article written? 2022. Wow, this was written yesterday. That anybody who considers himself an intellectual would take Gershom Shalom's factually um how do I even put it, laughable view of Jewish history into account is mind-blowing. Gershom Shalom not only has been thoroughly refuted by uh, the writings and the understanding of the Dead Sea Scrolls, and his history of Jewish mysticism has been completely overturned in ways that his own students would readily admit. As far as I know, I'm not a huge fan or student of Gershom Shalom, but like the way he's even framing the Baal Shem Tov, right? So supposedly the Baal Shem Tov didn't actually teach anything, and the Maggid was the one who actually organized the movement, not the Baal Shem Tov. Like, this is the hermeneutics of suspicion that Shalom took to all of Judaism, and that in 2022, anyone who considers himself an Orthodox rabbi would be repeating this drivel from 1961 is itself like mind-blowing. But the question that this person asked me is like, does this person, like, is this outside the 4 cubits of halacha? I haven't gotten outside of 4 cubits of halacha yet. In terms of teachings regarding the Arizal and Chassidut, I've gotten into a bunch of obviously wrong historiography that, like, so Chazi says, both legit institutions, modern Orthodox, obviously. Okay, I don't know what to say about these people. Like, if you don't believe, first of all, they don't even believe in history. Their version of history is no longer valid academic history. I wish Yosef was not writing his dissertation, as I hope he is. So we could discuss this, but it's like, what do I do with somebody who has this ahistorical anti mysticism, like,
Yeah, I feel like there's a thread where I've heard, people say, "Oh, well, Jews didn't believe in reincarnation until like the 1300s," and like, but then we just go and do just a little touch into the ancient world. It was all over the place.
Right, and this is the discussion that led to discussing this particular article. Like, we were on my channel, on my Discord. So John asked, "Is this if Gilgul is a widely accepted notion now?" And he sent me to an article from the 1906 Jewish Encyclopedia initially, and a Wikipedia article later. And Wikipedia still Wikipedia still repeats things which Gershom Shalom was teaching back in the 60s, which, like, historians of Judaism have moved way past, right?
Right.
And the fact that I still have to talk about Gershom Shalom, even though I think he's been absolutely repudiated in every way possible by archaeology, is minorly annoying.
Yeah. How do you feel about the the sects that reject the Zohar?
So this is what I wrote on my Discord.
Because I know like they say like Rambam, he didn't see the Zohar, and so a lot of there are groups who
Yes, you're talking about the Dardaim, and a lot of people, especially in the modern Orthodox, like to use the Dardaim as which are a Yemenite group, as cover for their obvious heresy. So this is what I wrote. Yosef believes that it is still possible to be an Orthodox Jew without believing in the teachings of Rabbi Isaac Luria, such as Gilgul Neshamot. It is controversial if someone who does not believe the teachings of Rabbi Luria can be considered an Orthodox Jew. There are certainly all sorts of modern rabbis, and that's why I got this thing, who secretly deny it or will even admit to people like Yosef that they deny it. Yosef thinks these people should not necessarily be stripped of their rabbinic positions, something I disagree with. Many prominent rabbis say that synagogues of such people are not considered places of idolatrous worship, and the Torah scrolls such rabbis write do not need to be burned. And this was my little joke. I'm a little exaggerating. I'm a little not. There is a valid question if a synagogue of Dardaim, right? These Yemenites who, so Rabbi Kafef, there was a rabbi who was a prominent and respected rabbi in the chief rabbinate of Israel. And he came from a background of Yemenite Jews who accepted the teachings of Maimonides, and he rejected the teachings of the Arizal, and it was okay. It was like the question became, okay, so is it incumbent upon these people to necessarily accept things which were not accepted in their communities because all the other Jewish communities now accept it? And people like Rav Ovadia Yosef said, no, it is not incumbent upon them now to accept it. They are still Orthodox Jews. And there were people who certainly or argued with that. But the problem is now we have a bunch of Litvaks, mainly, right? We have a bunch of rationalist, leftist, modernist, rationalist, wannabe conservative and reform Jews. And yes, I am exaggerating and chiding people a little bit, but not so much, who want to say that that's excuse for them to now suddenly reject the teachings of the Arizal. Well, no, you don't come from a community that rejected the teachings of the Arizal. You're a heretic to your own community. It's a completely different thing to say there are these Yemenite Jews whose communities supposedly never accepted the teachings of the Arizal, and even that's a little bit debatable, right? But at least there are people who can make that claim. But if your claim is that you yourself, as a student of the Vilna Gaon, right, who very clearly accepted the teachings of the Arizal, like who exactly do you trace your tradition to who did not accept the teachings of the Arizal? Which Sidur do you pray out of which does not have Lecha Dodi in it, right? If your Sidur has Lecha Dodi in it, then you need to STFU and accept that your Sidur is a Sidur that accepts the teachings of the students of the Arizal. Obviously. Right?
Do you believe that in the Torah, we'll just start with the Torah, do you believe in the Torah there are explicit references to Gilgul Neshamot? So that if a person were to not accept, let's say, the Zohar, he would have to accept the Torah if he is someone who accepts the Torah. But so do you believe that there are explicit references to Gilgul Neshamot in the Torah?
Not explicit, obviously the teachings of the Arizal were considered secret, and they were not things which were taught to the vast majority of Jews for thousands of years, and so we cannot say that these are explicit teachings. And that's part of the whole argument that these people have, is for thousands of years, nobody, like, if we say that Maimonides was not inducted into the Kabbalah, which I think most people do say, right?
Mm-hmm.
You can't suddenly say that Maimonides was not Jewish. Obviously, Maimonides was Jewish. Obviously, Maimonides had an acceptable form of Judaism for him at his time. But once the teachings of the Arizal, and then I would say that also the Baal Shem Tov, but let's stick at least with the Arizal, once the teachings of the Arizal were revealed and accepted by basically the entirety of the Jewish people, you yourself, as a descendant of those communities, can't suddenly decide that something which our tradition has accepted is invalid and go against that. Like, where is this religion that you are inventing? Like, what is your Mesorah?
Yeah.
And that's the problem I have with these supposed Litvaks who are more Misnagdish than the Vilna Gaon. I'm sorry, you can't be more of a Misnagid than the Vilna Gaon.
So one of the things the Arizal brings down for us is I think it's really, it's like so explicit. I asked that question because I think it is. I think in the Torah it is explicit, right? To where if you're a rational person, if you don't accept Gilgal Neshimot, you're not rational, right?
Okay,
So
I have to say, okay, so personally for me, why do I accept Orthodox Judaism? Right? I had to decide, do I believe Orthodox Judaism is actual Judaism?
Mm-hmm.
And part of what made it so incredible for me is when I do read the things like Likutei Torah, like when I read the Torah Or and Likutei Torah of the Alter Rebbe, or you know, Tanya, or even the Rebbe's Torah, or any of the, like, it is so rich. It is so mind-bogglingly rich.
Yeah.
That it's like
they're channeling something every time. These sages, they're channeling divine energy and into the pen. Well, I want to read you something. This is in Exodus 34, right? We've probably heard it 1,000 times. It's in multiple times of the Torah. It says in verse we'll just start in verse 5. It says, "Now the Lord descended in the cloud and stood with him there and proclaimed the name of the Lord. And the Lord passed before him and proclaimed, the Lord God, merciful and gracious, long-suffering and abounding in goodness and truth, keeping mercy for thousands, forgiving iniquity and transgressions and sin, by no means clearing the guilty." But take note of that. By no means clearing the guilty.
I hate that translation.
I know it's a translation, but just bear with me. It says, and this is only, I think, is a new. So it says, visiting the iniquity of the fathers upon the children, and the children's children to the third and fourth generation. And so there's like another, and I think it's in Deuteronomy as well, and Numbers. But it speaks about by no means. He says he visits the sins of the fathers upon the children, right? Yes. And then he says, by no means leaving the guilty unpunished. And so this is brought up in Ezekiel 18 and Jeremiah, where there's like this whole thing with the children's teeth have been set on edge because the fathers have eaten sour grapes.
Okay. So this is one of the things that when I first read in translation, it was really, really shocking, because if you know this verse, you know that it is the 13 principles of mercy, right? Ve'yavor Hashem al panav ve'ikra Hashem kel rachum v'hanun erech apayim v'rav chesed ve'emet notzer chesed la'alafim noseh avon v'fesha v'chata v'nakeh. Those are the 13 principles of mercy, right? But when you look at the verses themselves, right, it's v'chata v'nakeh lo yenakeh, right?
Mm,
And that's the really interesting part of it, which is, so when you're reading the pasuk itself, right, it's v'nakeh lo yenakeh. So that is the thing that usually gets translated as surely, right?
hmm.
It's the repetitive absolute, right? And like you will surely die, mot tamut, right?
Right, right.
It's a common thing. And when I read it in English, I was like, oh my God, how did they translate it? Venake lo yenake, you surely shall, um, who they have, the Koran does, but who will by no means clear the guilty, right?
Hmm.
When we say the 13 attributes of mercy, we actually say v'chata v'nakeh. We say who, like, and transgressions and nakeh, and he does clear, right?
Hmm.
Even though it's v'nakeh lo yenakeh,
Yeah.
right? So in the Hebrew itself, it's just
Well, I think the where I think this is repeated at in the Torah, and I believe what the Torah is trying to tell us is that Hashem visits the sins of the fathers upon the children to the third and fourth generation. Right? The sages bring down that this is the Gilgal of the soul through his lineage. This is why there was a Levirate marriage and the Ubim marriage and all that stuff, was because if a man didn't have a child, his name would be cut off of Israel. So he had to have the child with his name to bear, so that he can, you know.
I hear you, and frankly, I would agree with you. But I think you can teach it according to the Pshat, that visiting um, visiting the sins onto the third and fourth generation is just explaining to us that children naturally grow up in the
But if we explain it in the
environment
Peshat, right?
created by their parents and grandparents, but it's, and so it is natural for us to be polluted by the sins of our fathers and grandfathers, but God is what
Right.
allows love of him to go to thousands of generations. You don't have to go into
So
Gilgul
this
Neck.
is the interesting thing, right? Is go coming out of Christianity and even seeing parts of Judaism, there are
Right.
whole sectors of ideologies, right, that base their life around one YOLO. You only live once, right? And they base it around that, and it's almost an epidemic to where people would rather believe that than believe what actually happens. And where I think it gets pretty, where I think it gets, it definitely construes someone's philosophy if they don't take in consideration the cycle of the soul. If you're teaching philosophy, any sort of philosophy, and you're not considering that, you're going to have a different philosophy altogether than the guy who believed in the cycle of the soul.
Okay. I think you can get to the same place where you're going in believing in the resurrection of the dead, which we do say is explicit in the Torah. Because once you believe in the resurrection of the dead, it doesn't have to be through transmigration of souls. It in believing that the dead will in fact be resurrected, which, so I've been going to a Reformed synagogue, and they don't even say Mechayeh Metim. They say Mechayeh et Hakol, which drives me nuts, because um, old time Reform was actually far more explicit about denying the resurrection of the dead than they like to admit they are now. But I think you can get the same place to the same place theologically, not necessarily with transmigration of souls, but simply by a belief in resurrection of the dead.
And and I would definitely say, what tent that you're looking at the resurrection of the dead in, and how mystical, or what, what level you're interpreting it on. If you go as far as the lose bone, and studying all that. But I would definitely say that so in Ezekiel 18 and Jeremiah, it talks about how the fathers have set the children's teeth on edge because they've eaten sour grapes. And there's this whole ideology that says each soul will pay for its own sin. The father cannot pay for the son's sin, nor for the son pay for his father's sin. And so the point of the whole passage, right, is basically saying, don't say that you're going through stuff because your fathers made choices, right? Don't say that, for you're paying for your own sin. You're paying for your own sin, not your father's sin. And in order to understand that
Mm.
rationally, you have to believe that you were the one who caused you to live this life the way you did, even if you are a child going through stuff. And
Okay, so okay, I mean, you're in a sense you're preaching to the choir, because I do believe
right, and I'm
in
also preaching for people
in the
listening.
version
Yeah.
in the version in the version that you are stating. But I have to say that within Judaism, there are we have to leave that open, because the details of the resurrection are not clearly stated in scripture. And because of that, it's you can also believe that whatever, if a child um suffers needlessly in his life, that reward, that um the recompense for that could be, again, in a resurrection of the dead, without necessarily
I've heard
ex-
some beautiful teachings from the rabbis about how if there's a child or a person that's physically disabled,
Mm,
right? There are rabbis, because of their belief in transmigration of the soul, when that person comes into the building, they'll stand up because they
right.
consider that soul a holy soul, because it came back into this world not having to have the same test as everyone else.
This
So
is, I mean, again, this is a little bit controversial. You're ultimately preaching to somebody from a place within Orthodox Judaism where I mostly agree with you. At the same time, I have to say that I don't think those are definitive proofs
hmm,
that require everybody agree with me.
sure. Yeah, right. I have a hard time, and this is maybe where we can talk about. I have a hard time when I like bring up the passages with visiting the iniquity of the fathers upon the children, right? I
Mm,
believe that's written like that to get people to think, and whenever a person doesn't, like, whenever a person's interprets that without the sod, right? Without, like, with the Arizal, not obviously it was around way before the Arizal. It was around. This is teachings that was around for a long time, and
mm.
for thousands and thousands of years. And so whenever a person interprets these passages and they say, oh, they call it the Peshat, but in the truth, the sages say the Peshat's the Sod, and the Sod's the Peshat, because they work together. They don't. It's not. People think that the Peshat's like, oh, it's way different than the Sod. It's building on top of each other.
It is building, and so again, I mean, I keep on talking about, for example, like the scriptures being like arithmetic, and the Talmud being like algebra, and Kabbalah being like calculus. One builds upon the other, and but at the same time, there is a reason why there needs to be Shivim Panim LaTorah. There needs to be 70 facets to the Torah, because all of us are standing in different places from each other.
Hmm.
And there, each of us has to be able. So um, I give the example of David and Bathsheba, right?
Yeah.
So there are many, many ways of explaining David and Bathsheba. And basically the Jewish understanding, and if you look into what the Talmud talks about, he didn't actually commit adultery at all, and he didn't commit murder at all.
Mm-hmm.
And so a lot of Christians, like, they look at particularly that part of the Talmud, and they will say to me, like, this is ridiculous legalism and stuff like that, and why, like, you're completely misconstruing the understanding of what the story is in the Bible. Now, I have other ways of explaining everything, and I don't have to go into the particulars of whether or not, um, Bathsheba was given a divorce or not. But what I will explain is, look, this is a text that has to speak to a rabbi who has grown up his entire life in an Orthodox Jewish environment, and has, at age 90, is reading this story of David and Bathsheba at least for the 90th time, probably for more, and it has to speak to him and his soul in the same, in fact, in a much more resonant way than some guy who in Vegas just spent his last dollar on gambling and hookers and blow, and gets back to his hotel room and has nothing left in this world, and suddenly sees that Gideon Bible in his hotel room and cracks it open and reads the story of David and Bathsheba, and understands that he must repent, right? And when you say that this same text has to speak to both of these people in a divine manner, you should hopefully better understand why it has layer upon layer and facet upon facet of understanding, and why we cannot demand that there only be one way of looking at it, because this is a text which is shaveh lechol nefesh. Like, this is the difference between pardes and just the pardes and just the understanding of scripture. Because what is scripture? Scripture is shaveh lechol nefesh. It is something that can be read out loud in the synagogue, and everybody who hears it, it is something that lights up their soul. Whereas the teachings, the Torah Shebaal Peh, is completely different, in that it is something which only is lights up particular people's souls in particular ways, and some people have a shaykhut, have a relationship with different parts of oral law, and some people don't have any connection to it whatsoever. And that's why you have the machlekot, that's why you have the divisions and the portions, and why Torah Shebaal Peh. And this is part of the reason why, again, like, for a Gentile, like, I'm not gonna say to a Gentile, don't open up a Talmud because there's anything in there that I believe is bad or secret, or right. But it is like medicine, right? And if you there's a difference between food and medicine, right? Food is what you bring out for everybody at the feast to eat, and everybody can take some, and it will taste differently to each of them, but it's something that you set out before everyone. Whereas medicine, right? If you give a healthy person medicine, they will become sick. Mm-hmm. And if you give a sick person medicine, they will become healthy. Right? And that's the difference between the scripture and the Torah Shebektav, the Torah that is written. It is like food, And Torah Shabbal Peh, it is like medicine, and that's why Torah Shabbal Peh needs to be doled out by teachers, by a Rav Moreh Horah, right? As opposed to Torah Shebektav is something that is read to the entire congregation, and anybody can pick it up and read it.
Mm, mm. Do you? I see. I see Christianity. Not Christianity. Excuse my language. I see the beginning of what we call, the Christian movement, to do with a lot of the oral Torah, right? Like I see a lot of the concepts that are hidden within the oral Torah, plain as day within Christianity, but the Christians have interpreted it through a 2D lens, right?
So when I read 1 Corinthians 12, and where I read when I read in Hebrews, where it talks about, for example, the third temple being built not by hands, and also when you look at the prologue of John, these are very, very early writings of things which were not revealed to be part of Judaism until at least 1,000 years later, right?
Yeah. Revealed, right? Yeah, revealed.
Yeah, and to some extent, this is why Shalom had this idea that these are ideas that came into Judaism from Christianity. Now, again, because of the Dead Sea Scrolls, we can see that these were ideas which were floating around in and Nag Hammadi and I guess other things, but also we can see that these were in fact things, Philo, right, that were floating around in Second Temple Judaism. And Father Stephen's book, he had this idea that these were things which were excised out of Judaism, and they never were. Within Judaism, they were considered advanced teachings,
right?
And advanced teachings, like the reason why esoteric teachings as opposed to the exoteric teachings were in fact kept hidden until the Arizal was given permission to reveal them, and then the Baal Shem Tov further.
Yeah, it's very interesting, because I'm seeing, like, coming from my face, right, from my face of the Torah, from what I'm seeing is it's like Christianity was obviously a prep for the nations to get to see these. I mean, we've accepted these upon ourselves to such a level that, as the Zohar has been released freely throughout the world, it's going to start, connecting the dots, and they're going to start seeing that the teachings that they've built their whole nations and lives around are actually sowed like really high teachings, like high initiated Kabbalistic teachings.
But they are misunderstood. So
they're misunderstood by the church leaders, but I would say that the ones, we could say obviously not infallible, but the scripts that we have, the Greek manuscripts that we have, right? They were definitely written by scribes who had a some sort of initiation into the mysteries.
Okay, so let me get to that. But I want to point out the reason why these things were not generally taught. They still remain high level esoteric teachings, right? They're not there, is because they have a potential for misunderstanding, right? A person can.
Isn't that the whole deal with with Karaites and like, if you just read just the written Torah, you're gonna misunderstand it, right?
Yes, but at the same time, we say the scripture is something that if a person misunderstands, it is because they themselves, within themselves, are perverting it, as opposed to the teachings of the higher teachings, the esoteric teachings. They are things which, if they are taught improperly, they will cause damage to those who are exposed to that. And that's what I was going back to. There's a difference between food, which you set out before everyone,
Yeah.
and look, a gluttonous person can take food and, in fact, eat it to their detriment. But medicine, you dole out because you understand that a healthy person who takes medicine
Hmm.
will, in fact, be sickened by it, right? And
Yeah.
so these things have to be. It's not shava l'chol menefesh. It is not something that is for all people. It is something that is supposed to go to those places where it belongs,
Yeah.
right? And these two things are very, very different from each other. And so what was surprising to me, and in fact faith reaffirming to me, is when I see that these, what Sam has called, my theory of a Kabbalistic lab leak. I didn't come up with that idea, but it's an apt description of how I view it. I think of Christianity as a Kabbalistic lab leak, right? This medicine was in fact stolen
Hmm.
and taken out. And it's funny how that correlates with things that various people have said. I think there are parts in the Talmud which say that may have been what Jesus in fact did, if you say that that's Jesus. But they have taken these teachings and absolutely, I would say, in a very real sense, in many ways completely turned them to their own detriment. And hopefully, like Maimonides says, what these things will ultimately show their value when there is teshuvah, when they are repented of.
Hmm.
But in a very real sense, I mean, they're right now, it's kind of problematic how Christians are viewing, for example, the prologue of John, which,
Yeah.
yes, I believe that I think the current state is people who have taken and edited Jewish texts and to their own destruction, and so the current versions I would not consider scripture at all. I think they have in fact been perverted, but I can see through what I call the crayon
Hmm.
to something that has a very, very real sense to it. Nathaniel says, 2 cents. As an Eastern Orthodox Christian, a whole lot of this conversation was quite relatable. Need for a spiritual father or someone to apply spiritual medicine, and the Judaisms in the Second Temple period. Yeah, and this is part of my ongoing discussion with Father Stephen DeYoung. I think Eastern Orthodox Christianity is a lot closer to Judaism. I have to wonder, though, if that is not because Eastern Orthodox Christianity is so varied that today someone like Father Stephen, I will be streaming at least for another hour and a half, Hazi. That Father Stephen is in fact kind of rebuilding out of pieces and parts something that isn't real. I mean, uh, Father Stephen, right? He says he doesn't get much pushback from the Eastern Orthodox in the things that he says, but at the same time, it's not like he's a metropolitan or a patriarch. And I don't know if the ecumenical patriarch, I believe his name is Bartholomew,
So,
and the patriarch of Moscow, his name is Kirill. I don't know if they would agree with any of the things that Father Stephen is saying that I agree with. Yes, Shaul.
so if my what I'm trying to get at is if people have accepted upon themselves teachings from Judaism that are derived from the most esoteric parts of the law, the Torah, right? and they've accepted upon themselves these teachings as they are gospel, like they'll die for them, then wouldn't it be the solution to have, like, if they like, because so pretty much what I'm trying to get at is Rashbi says whoever thinks that the Torah is speaking about, literal stories, it says let him lose his portion in the world to come.
Mhm.
And I think that we see here that it is damaging when people try to interpret these stories and then they misunderstand them. And what I'm noticing is a lot of times people are misunderstanding them because for one, they put themselves in a theological box and they don't read other texts. And then for two, they lean on their own understanding, and they don't have love for the Jewish people most of the time. Is why the Christians don't go to the oral Torah. It's not even the fact that it's really interesting how they that the cure for, I believe, Christianity is oral Torah.
So my theory is that, in fact, the LDS, the Mormon Church, is the method in which God is going to expose to Christianity so many of, not just the LDS, also Islam. I have this idea that, in a sense, Christianity and Islam are the thesis antithesis, and the synthesis is really Judaism, because they tend to have disagreements which accentuate the real truth, which is Judaism. For example, the how incredibly transcendent 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 is the Muslim God is a balance to the Christian idea of the incarnation, which I think gets to a point of being idolatrous. But ultimately, I think, we're not going to get to that point where the earth is filled with knowledge of God until the Messiah comes, right? And that'll be a beautiful thing, and it seems like we are getting closer to that. But it's Fraudwith says, so transcendent he's incapable of immanence. Yeah, I think, if there were not so many Muslims, you could possibly argue, oh, Christianity might be right, as opposed to Judaism. But when you have Muslims and Christians as these two wings, which the real solution is ultimately, and I think obviously, Judaism. Now we're getting somewhere. The Grand Federation theory. Wow. No, this isn't my theory. This is, in fact, what Maimonides wrote almost 1,000 years ago. And I think Maimonides was absolutely prophetic. You have to see although almost all versions of the Mishneh Torah today are, in fact, the uncensored versions. If you look at an uncensored version of the Mishneh Torah, statement of the law of Maimonides, laws of kings and war, it's thing. About the LDS, I have also spoken about this at length, but I think the LDS is, in a very real sense, as it is coming unraveled, it is, in fact, showing where Christians need to look, which is at Judaism.
Yeah, and I would say that, obviously I'm in that first initial group of people coming out of the religion. Not the first initial. There's been for 40, there's been quite a few years now that Christians have been coming out and recognizing that Judaism, if not fully converting.
Yeah.
It's
Well, that's the thing. for thousands of years, Christians have converted to Judaism, and that's been an amazing thing. But the real amazing thing is now we have Noahides, and it's honestly like amazing to me that we have now Gentiles who, as Gentiles, believe in Judaism. Because it's one thing for me as a Jew to say,
But that's what we had at the Second Temple period too.
we did.
I mean, Vespasian himself, he really loved Judaism.
Good night, Garth. Get working on that YouTube channel. Noahides and Messianic Jews, oof. Well, I mean, the Messianic Jews, yeah, they started, they basically started the Noahide movement, which is the funny part.
Yeah, well, yeah, because a lot of them they started waking up to it, and it's very interesting. There's a section, and there's a whole group of people who feel like they've had the highest initiation by just rejecting Yeshu, right? Like they feel like I've reached the master initiation. I am now not an idolater no more because I've rejected Yeshu, and then you get into the oral Torah, and then it just turns that all over its head because there's actually probably a lot. It's a lot deeper than that. It's a lot deeper than that.
So
especially when you get into the dealing with Esav, and they call it Torah Edom, the Torah of Esav, and
well,
so
Messianics are just Christians, Aaron. We're talking about Noahides. Yeah, no, I mean, yes, there is
because if like for instance, if I'm in the Klipa of Edom, right, and I'm a Noahide, right, I've got to know the Torah of Esav. That's kind of like in my realm. That's my purview, right? And the sages brought down this Torah. They brought down what you do with Esav, and I mean, Yaakov did it perfectly.
Yeah, I've actually been toying with going through this chapter of Tanya, chapter Igeret 25 of is this it? Yeah, so I've been toying with actually going through this letter. It's juicy, and frankly, I think a lot of Jews, in addition to a lot of Gentiles, would do well to understand what he's saying there.
This is 25. I will definitely read this. I will definitely read this.
It's you have to understand it within its context. It's actually it's pretty interesting. Yeah.
So yeah, Torah of Esav, and then so I think I'm trying to bring this all back around. So we talked about Gilgal, we've talked about Esav, we've talked about Passover.
Yeah.
I think
we haven't talked about whether you're going to Estuary or not. Have you signed?
Oh yeah, I'm planning on going. I want to go. I looked it up on Meetup. I need to make an account on Meetup to be able to like say I'm going. But I've been talking to a couple. I have a bunch of Christian families, so I have Christian pastors in my family. I might try to, invite like, hey, there's meetups, and I think that type of venue is important. It's important for people to get together and communicate with about these concepts, because most of the time, even in the churches, there's not dialogue. It's mostly just singing and smiles and
my hope is that eventually there will be Batei Midrash, which are open to Gentiles. And the fact is, halachically, I don't see. Look, if a Gentile walks into a Beit Midrash, they can either pass for a Jew or expect to get a very cold shoulder. And the fact is, they should not. They should. It should that should not be the case. That if a Gentile walks into a Beit Midrash, he should at least get as warm of a welcome as he would in Beit Shammai's Beit Midrash, which would be a left-handed welcome, but we paskin according to Hillel, and he was a lot kinder to Gentiles than, frankly, I think any Orthodox Jewish Beit Midrash is. And
It's interesting because, I mean, the sages, I mean, the Orthodox Judaism has basically released all the teachings. If you can read Hebrew, I mean, you don't have to be Jewish to read Hebrew. If you can read Hebrew, or you can, I mean, a lot of these texts, I mean, the Zohar is in English, and that's amazing.
So that's my excuse. Like, if the question becomes like, where do I get off like bringing up all these texts and talking about these things on my streams and stuff? Maybe I'm causing anti-Semitism, and my excuse is I'm not saying anything that people don't like.
I mean, it's all there. It's all been released.
Zohar at me and like all kinds of things at me all the time, and it's like, how much worse than the bullshit they say about it is what the bullshit that I say about it.
It's interesting because I really do believe in the power of like the Sod, right? Like there's some Torah is really powerful, especially when you get into the consciousness, and the writings have all been released, right? And I can speak. I know for a fact that there are goys all across America, around the world, studying the deepest Lurianic Kabbalah, and they're not in a yeshiva. They're not going to the synagogue.
And they're misunderstanding things horribly, and that's our fault.
Sure, and there are a lot of them who are misunderstanding, but because we have the internet, right, and there are so many rabbis who are posting, I mean, videos and going through this stuff. As we start to enter into this age of more and more technology, who knows what's going to happen if they're going to do another like lockdowns inside these people have to go on to online, right? I think that's going to be the avenue for people to start studying together as Jews and non-Jews, because you don't have to be in the same house. You don't have to be in the same.
Yeah, no, I mean, that Chacham Hillel, Rabbi Yaakov Hillel, has a YouTube channel, which I was very surprised at. He is the foremost Kabbalist, most prominent Kabbalist alive today, and he has a YouTube channel. It only has like 3,000 subscribers, but I was really surprised because when I was in yeshiva in Jerusalem, getting to meet him was a rare treat. I did get to meet him once.
Yeah, and now you can listen to him from your house, and that's why this time, this age we live in right now, especially in the age of Judaism, is just like, wow, like this has never happened before, where there's been this amount of Torah available to this amount of people. Usually this amount of Torah has only been available to super elite Jews who've only had the yichas for it, right? And now you got all the teachings out there pretty much. I mean, the Zohar is huge. I mean, but even if you just had Sefer Yetzirah or even the Bahir, these two simple texts, those two texts alone, the Sefer Yetzirah with the mother letters and the meanings of those, when you put those in and you start seeing what those mean, I mean, it's just absolutely it changes everything, the way you look at everything. And so this has never happened before. This has never been.
We have Rabbi Chezi here. Let me quickly say something. So Nathaniel, I have to say, it's not like the Haredi people don't do kind things like give charity to Gentiles. They'll give charity to Gentiles. They won't talk to them. That's the thing. Yes, so many people are so excited Chezi's here. He says, I love Saul's input on the whole conversation and some insights into other Jews. Saul's not Jewish, but yes. And Chezi, welcome. How are you doing, Chezi?
I'm doing well, thank God. How are you? How are both of you? I was in and out, getting ready this morning, hearing some of your conversation going on.
You mean you actually do work?
I do work. Yeah, I mean it's 7:40. It's time to get to the office, start doing some work.
You're just an Orthodox Jew with 3 kids, a wife, and a business, and like, how do you not spend your entire life just chatting on YouTube with the likes of me?
To be honest, it is a little like I mean, I definitely feel like a pull to be on this channel more than usual. Like I definitely am making more time for this, which is totally fine. But yeah, I'm saying it's time consuming in a good way. I actually sent earlier. I heard you guys. I think the conversation started. The conversation started about Egypt.
Yeah, the Passover, and
Yeah.
exactly, specifically the sacrifice of the Passover, what it meant, why was it sacrificed during the time of the kind of
You guys
break down.
You guys went far astray from that though. At some point, you guys got deep into Gershon Shalom. I heard a little. I heard Orthodox Litvox are not really religious. A lot of things being thrown out there.
Modern Orthodox Litvox.
Modern Orthodox. I hear you.
Look.
Yeah.
If you reject the Arizal and claim to be from the Vilna Gaon, like there's a real contradiction there, right?
Well, you'd be rejecting the Siddur.
Yes.
Well, not all the Siddur, I guess certain parts of the Siddur, but I mean, anyone that's it's someone that grew up as a brisker, which means like more of, let's say, a Litvak. Once you go into Kabbalah and Hasidism, there's no really going back. So anyone that's really against it, I don't want to say they haven't read it, obviously, but they haven't let themselves drown inside the ocean of mysticism. And again, there's you got to be careful over there, which I think also relates to some of our confusion between Christianity and Judaism. Also has to do with overlap of Kabbalah and misunderstanding of certain elements over there. But yes, I think it's an extremely vital part of the Torah. And just as far as the Rambam goes, there's a whole series on Seekers of Unity. I think it's like six videos or maybe a few more just about a discussion. Was the Rambam actually a mystic or not? And he goes through like a whole different version over there. And there's different interpretations that Rambam really was not aware of the Zohar, but was trying to do his own interpretation of mysticism that he was aware of. I mean, what I mentioned earlier was that Emla Mikra mentions that that in Hebrew, and I'll read it in Hebrew. Ekronot ha'al, I guess like the leading principles of the Torah are inside the secrets of Kabbalah, which are parallel to some of the secret mystic knowledge that was at the priests of Egypt, Greece, and India. And then there's in Emla Mikra it mentions Mitzrayim hi mikol ha'umot hasmucha yoter el hakdusha. The closest one to Kedusha would be Egypt, which is just also interesting, where you could see that even earlier on, mysticism was always there. I don't want to say lurking, but always there in the background. And the question is like, and it was a real secret. The Meiri also talks about this, that Limudei Sitrei HaTorah Lagoy is talking about theology and Emunah be'el echad nifshat v'nivdal, really getting into the depth of understanding God. So, and this also ultimately relates to Rav Kook, which was very pro speaking about mysticism and the secrets of the Torah in public, since he felt that the time was right where these things need to be brought up to the surface. and reintegrated. So you're not going to get any pushback from me on mysticism. Having said that, I do understand how someone that didn't grow up with that could feel very wary about that. And this relates to this corner. Someone that is not initiated in that language is going to start feeling very uncomfortable when talking about the different spheres, Adam Kadmon. You start getting to places where people feel very, very uncomfortable, which ironically is sometimes you could show someone a Jonathan Peugeot video and potentially flip him once he realizes in a certain context, like he needs a different jargon. And that is a shame that a lot of the Zohar, for example, or a lot of these deep secret teachings they're very convoluted and very difficult to understand.
Look, they're not for everybody, and they were never meant to be for everybody.
Yeah, I think they're written like that because only certain souls will be able to connect with that type of language anyways.
Right, so I also heard a little about that, about a Gilgul Neshama, which is like adjacent a little, let's say, even to the Golem from the Maharal Prague. So
that's not actually the whole thing of the Golem. I don't know if it's actually in Sfarim. It's just a folklore. It's like, I'm not aware that it's actually in Sfarim.
Adam was.
Sorry, go ahead.
I think Adam was called a golem. I forget what text I know it's in a Kabbalistic text. If that's not in the Torah itself, where it says he formed him from the.
The concept of a golem, yes, maybe, but that the Maharal was created one. That's kind of more folklorish.
Right. So, and you can't go up to the attic in the Maharal Prague Shul because he's still there, and if you go there, you'll become blind. I even think discussing Tchiyat HaMeitim itself is, I don't know how healthy that is. I'll take a step back. There's sort of the framing I give my child. I'll make it more personal. I currently don't want my son growing up thinking that there'll be a time where all the people are raised from the dead. I don't think that's a healthy understanding necessarily of, let's say, Tchiyat HaMeitim. I'm not saying I have the answers. I'm just saying I don't know if that's necessarily what we're supposed to be understanding from those texts. Just like I don't see the vision of Ezekiel talking about the dry bones raising up. I don't see that as indicative of things to come on a. Sorry, go ahead.
Well put.
How old is your son?
Going to be turning 9.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, he asks me when Moses comes back, can I run and give him a big hug? Right. So a part of me wants to be that's a beautiful sentiment, but another part of me wants to tell him we're doing that while learning him and discussing him and talking about him, and that is, by you learning his teachings, that is a constant and everlasting embrace. So I don't think it's healthy for him to be thinking about it as this man's coming back and I'm going to give him a hug. Also, till we get in line, I'm sure there'll be a bigger line over there. I don't know if I'm going to,
Look, I think this goes back to Chanoch Lenar Lefidarko, right? You have to teach a child according to
definitely.
Yeah, according to what he resonates with and what he can understand, and I think a lot of people would like a simple solution because they don't like the fact that they have to do a lot of difficult work, and some parents aren't even up to it, and I taught at Hasidic Cheder, secular studies, but it's difficult. It's difficult work that not all parents can do.
I wanted to mention something. I don't think this is going to derail the conversation, but it's something that I mentioned on yesterday when I was talking to the rabbi, and he asked for a certain quote, and I told him I'll get it back to him later, about something about the Meiri was talking about, and the Beit HaBechira about relations with a Gentile or a Christian. So the Meiri says, Mutar la'agid shalom kfula, which is from the Masechet in Gittin. In the Talmud, you could say a double hello. The Beit Bechira on the Meiri, his commentary on the Meiri, explains what a double hello means. It means chibayi terav shayachut, an extra level of affection and belonging. And he says shayu mitahavim ze lazeh v'ta'atam mitkarevet yoter, that they become a lover, as in like mental lovers, and their minds meld together. And then he says chova lechalel alehem et Shabbat lehachayotam ve'af levashel lehem b'yom tov. You must, once you get to that level of relationship, okay, you have to desecrate the Shabbos for them, and that means to save their life. It doesn't mean just to say hi and turn on, go to the party. It means that, I'll take a step back, and generally speaking, one should observe the Shabbat. Obviously, if someone's life is in danger, one is requested to forgo the Shabbat and save their life. There is a conversation in the Talmud and the Halacha whether or not this pertains to a Gentile. So the Meiri is coming saying, yes, it definitely does. We have to
hold on. To an idolater.
To an idolater, correct. To an idolater, correct. And we must sustain them and even cook for them on our holidays. Which I think
holidays is the surprising part.
Well, I have like a 7-page tshuva about how you could potentially really should be cooking on Yom Tov, to separate it from how we look at the Shabbat, at the Shabbat, because they are both different. However, most people live their life today by observing the Yom Tov, the holiday, as basically another Shabbat day with some differences. But that's a whole other discussion.
Right, but cooking for a Gentile, I mean, that's
right.
That's
pretty out there.
When you get a chance, send me the Mekorot, and I'll email it to Rabbi Malot. No, not the entire thing, just the reference where it's from.
And now there's another there's Em Lemikra, which I mentioned earlier, that I mentioned to you already earlier. Sorry, that I mentioned. There was another thing that I thought you guys were talking about, the Noahites, which was like this, which I think was discussed, but I think it's good to point out. So Rav Kook looks at the 7 laws as, again, the basis. He says Derech Eretz Kadma Torah, right? And Derech Eretz is the 7 laws. This is the basis, and you can move up from there. The Rambam says you can't add on to the 7 laws. You could do circumcision as long as it's coming from the understanding that this is all from Moses. This is all part of Moses' law. It's very important. I mean, obviously, all of Maimonides' whole move is going all the way back to that source. So it has to go back to that source. The Mishnah Torah, though, on the Laws of Kings, also Maimonides, says that one could still get, an individual could still get a reward for doing multiple mitzvahs on top of the Sheva Mitzvah Bnei Noach, on top of these laws, which obviously in theory they contradict each other. However, a good way to look at this would be the difference between like Moses and Abraham, which I think, as far as Rambam's considered, if you're looking for a community or a religion that only happens via Moses, which was the law. If an individual wants to get close to God, that could be more of an Abraham model, which is more universal. I'm saying there could be more acceptance for the individual. So a single Noahite could do a lot. A community of Noahites that's where it gets problematic, and I'm sure this has been discussed. But this is what I guess I'm trying to point out, which is Maimonides is not closing the door for the individual. He's closing the door for and not closing the door for the individual to convert. You also don't have to convert. You could be loved. You could keep these mitzvahs. You could ascend. You could get to levels like we were talking about in the past on these channels, which are higher than a priest. But it's happening as an individual, which I call the Abraham model, not the Moses model. The Moses model has to happen as a community.
Did you listen to the discussion on Tanakh Talk that Rabbi Shulman had?
I did not listen to that yet. No, I'm sorry.
I would. It's really good. Rabbi Shulman, I mean, he's been dealing with this stuff for a while. A while back, when my channel was much smaller, I invited him on my channel, and he declined. I might invite him again, and see if he's more willing now. But like Rabbi Shulman, I have a lot of respect for, and he, as far as I know, he is a Rav Mora Hora. So yeah.
You were
That
going to
same-
say something, Saul?
Yeah, that same passage you just brought up about the levels that a non-Jew can attain, the Kohen Gadol. That same passage in the Talmud talks about how Hashem shook the nations, and the 7 mitzvahs of Noah fell out. You guys have any comments on that?
That God shook the nations and
Yeah,
And what?
it's in the same. So right before Rabbi Meir says that, there's a whole discussion
Right.
about how the reward for keeping the commandments for the 7 mitzvahs of Noah have been abolished because
What
he.
daf is this?
Say
Do you know
again.
which daf this is? Do you know which page this is on?
I think it's in Berachot. I'll find it right now. It's right before the passage of Rabbi Meir saying non-Jew studies the Torah is like a Kohen Gadol. I'll find it right now.
Yeah, I mean, I keep on going back to Sefer Arachim Chabad and what it says about Umot Haolam there. I think it's really good stuff. The only reason I haven't translated it to English myself, other than it's very, very long, is there's a lot of stuff there that I think people could easily misunderstand.
There's a rabbi named Harav Eliyahu ben Amzog, and he wrote a book, Yisrael v'Henoshut, Israel and Humanity, I guess would be the translation. But I'm trying to get my hands on this book. But one of his quotes over here, I'll read it in Hebrew and then I'll translate it. אנו נגררים ברצון אחרי הרשמים האלו, מאחר שגברה עלינו התודעה כי נכנסו לתחומנו אנו. And he's talking about Christianity, that we are being dragged willingly after these concepts that Christianity talks about. He's talking about more specifically about the Trinity, because we realize that we're entering into our space. He's talking about as Jews. שמחנו על נכסינו והרגשותינו כיהודים. We are happy to realize about our what he calls it, like our property, like is being discussed. שגדלה ככל שהערכתנו יותר את הנצרות. As in our understanding grew more, the more we started appreciating Christianity. Now again, this kind of language is sort of something that we've been talking about before in the past, Jacob, which is there are rabbis that are like Rav Yaakov Emden, like the Maharatz Chayot, like Rabbi Yosef Albo, who are all trying to create a path which seemingly is trying to work together with Christianity more than just this is a nice neighboring religion, but rather trying to identify the commonalities.
So it's in Bava Kama 38a.
Baba Kama 38a. 38a.
Okay. Amud Aleph.
And it's in let's see here. Yeah, 38a3 in Safaria.
Amar Rav Abahu, that the reason for this ruling is the verse states, he stood and shook the earth, he beheld and made the nations tremble by Yater. This is homiletically interpreted to mean that God saw the 7 mitzvot that the descendants of Noah accepted upon themselves to fulfill, and since they did not fulfill them, he arose and permitted vehitir, their money, to the Jewish people. Interesting.
It says
Right.
it goes further, I believe, and it says he shook them again and he abolished. He basically made the laws permitted. And then there's a whole conversation after that talks about how the Gemara, it says in verse 10, it says prohibition of becoming, it says go to verse 10, it says did they thereby profit in that their prohibitions became permitted to them? If so, we have found a transgressor who is rewarded. So it's talking about how if the laws of the 7 laws of Noah, they've been abolished, and there's no more reward for keeping the Gentiles who keep them no longer get reward for keeping them. And so Rabbi Meir replies saying that a non-Jew who studies the Torah is like a Kohen Gadol, because a Kohen Gadol lives by the Torah, and that's what his reward is.
I'm gonna have to learn this.
What's the question you're asking though?
So I originally brought up, what was your guys' thoughts on the first, Hashem shook the nations, and the 7 laws of Noah fell out. 7 laws of Noah fell out, and there's a conversation saying that they've basically been abolished. They've been permitted, and if that's the case, how should we look at them? Me being from a Noahide position and going into a convert, right?
Yeah.
How should one look at that?
As them being abolished, I mean, I mean, follow through to all what we were mentioning earlier. All these different sages that are dealing with the 7 laws clearly see them as existing and needed and part of a structure. So like they're clear.
Yeah, well, you're taking the Talmud way too literally. There is a discussion, and frankly, even Mandi Amar that it was viter. Like, I'm not sure that's a question. Like, viter there means that it's mutar as much as, like, yeah.
I think, read verse 8, or go to the verse 8 or in verse 9.
I look, you cannot read even codes of halakha. You cannot read the way you're reading them out of context. But how
about this? How about like this? Is, I mean, both Jacob and I are now doubtful that this is continuation. That this is not the way you're reading it is probably not how it's interpreted. That being said, let's just confirm. Let's look at some of the commentary, and one of us could get back to you about that. It's not a problem.
Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you. Yes.
We can get back to you. I just want to say, like, the way of studying Talmud is to try to understand what is the disagreement and what is why, and so taking one opinion all the opinions have to be understood within the disagreement that they're in. And to just read it as we would for individual scriptural verses, you're going to get the wrong impression. This is part of the reason, like, ultimately, like, I think it tends to be a mistake, even for a Jew to individually pick up a page of Talmud and try to study it by themselves, because it has to be understood in its proper context. This is what I was saying earlier about the oral law is not like scripture that you can just, it's not food you set out for anyone to eat. It's medicine that has to be doled out in proper doses.
Okay.
I was trying to think. I actually had some other things I wanted to mention to you, Jacob, and obviously, so you could listen to this as well. But some other stuff I thought you think would be interesting would be first of all, also yesterday I was mentioning about how to look at again, and the rabbi gave me some pushback about this, how to look at different revelations. And are we looking at them at like the ones that we're looking at Ezekiel, which means like, that the idolater is not welcome into the house of God? Or are there other revelations which are a lot more pluralistic? For example, in Micah, כי כל העמים ילכו איש בשם אלוהיו ואנחנו נלך בשם אדוני אלוהינו לעולם ועד. though all the peoples walk each in the names of its gods, we will walk in the name of the Lord of our God forever and ever. Now, that's in the context of these Gentiles coming to the temple and then going back to worship their gods. But this is in the context of that is all happening within the same framework, as in there's place to understand how one would still have their other versions of understanding of God while still maintaining a relationship to the supreme God, the Lord. So that again, very different than how Ezekiel talks about that as well. And the Ramban, sorry, and Vayikra Yechet, I'll read it in English, he says, for he allotted to all nations consultations in the heavens, and higher above them are the angels of the Supreme One, who he placed as Lord over them. And in the Zohar, it says, in the Tikkunim, it says, Mimunim Shmemiyim, what are these heavenly bodies? Al kol echad umot verak le'am Yisrael yashkesh yasir. As in, the Zohar says all nations got a mediator of a relationship between God and other heavenly bodies, and only the Israelites were privy at that time to a direct relationship, which over the years, I would arguably say that part of, or at least what I believe, part of the Jewish people's position is to be an example and a source of understanding to the other world religions how to best integrate and have a direct relationship with God. I hope that doesn't sound condescending. I don't hear you, Jacob.
I had muted myself because there was an ambulance going by. I tend to talk about Chevel Nachalato, right? That Israel is the cord of his inheritance. And I think that's related to the fact that the Jewish people, historically, when you look in the world, that it is the Jewish people that have created that relationship that the majority of Gentiles have with the God of Israel. And frankly, I don't think this should be controversial to Muslims or Christians. Again, like I highly recommend you do pick up that. I sent you the link to Sefer Arachim.
I'll read it.
Yeah, because what he explains there, I think, is yeah. I want you to read it and tell me what you think about translating it, because honestly, I could very much see people misunderstanding at least some of what he says, but ultimately I think it's somebody who doesn't want to trip over it will not trip over it. Aaron says, "Hey Jacob, not to derail your conversation, but how has it been talking with other fervent believers who differ in doctrine, lifestyle, or anything else, like Christians and Muslim?" Honestly, like, you know, when I talk to somebody like Jess, who, like, he starts talking about the book of Job and he starts talking, like, it's like
beautiful.
It is. It's incredibly beautiful. It's like, and frankly, like, some of, you know, there are people who you would speak to in Orthodox Jewish circles who I would say have a heretical view, but they're like, yeah, this isn't going to speak, like, the Jewish scriptures don't speak to Gentiles. And I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, Jeff starts crying when he talks about the book of Job, right? And like there's that aspect. There's also the aspect of, like, in a very real sense, you know, Judaism has always taught that God has his relationship with the rest of creation, including, like, so it's not as weird to me as apparently it is to a lot of Christians. Like, a lot of Christians will say to me, you know, I never imagined Jews actually had the, like, a real relationship with God. And I'm like, oh God, like, what do you think? Like, they're like, yeah, you seem to have a love of God that I only thought was possible through Jesus. And I'm like, really? Really? You think like all these Hasidic Jews that spend every moment of every day living by all of these like laws that they could at any moment, and some of them do at any moment, decide, hey, F this, I'm not going to do this anymore, and go live a secular life, that there's no spiritual content to it whatsoever. It's shocking ultimately that anybody could believe something like that. So yeah. But I do want to know what you think about this Yanuka man.
Right. So the Yanuka, to give some context, is a child prodigy that was lived in Spain, maybe a little. I think I'm not exactly
Yeah,
sure.
he was born in Israel. His family lived in Spain and Switzerland. He came back when he was 14, and apparently he gave a Devar Torah and bowled everybody over, and became a student of some prominent Yemenite rabbis, and um, people were all wowed by his thing, and he started being called Yanuka, which means child prodigy.
I mean,
And
the Yanuka is saying that the Zohar, Yanuka is saying in the Zohar, there's Yanuka, which is apparently in the times of the Zohar, there was some prodigy child. The question it remains is this: like, I'm not impressed by prodigies just because, like, okay, so you have a photographic memory. The question is, can you synthesize? The question is, can you follow the thread? Do you find the commonalities? So what people are saying is that seemingly he is managing to uh, um, basically needle to thread throughout all these different sages and create like a cohesive sort of conversation, or like a message that he's giving. So currently there's a lot of love. There's a lot of love to all the sects in Judaism. And so I'm pro that. Like if I heard him talking about like only the ultra Orthodox have the truth, I would be like a lot more wary, obviously. Um, it's yet to be seen, off the bat. Like there's obviously an element of wisdom, which is very difficult to. I mean, he's not super young anymore. He's 34, so he's not a baby. So yet to be seen. So far, he's still being regarded like in those fields. I know people go to him. I know people go see him and listen to his lectures. I haven't done that. I don't
he's
know.
also a musician. He's also a musician, which I love. So
Yeah,
apparently,
that's beautiful. I mean, that's
yeah.
it's an indication of like a beautiful soul. I want to see him, then make statements. What's going on, with the government over here? Get involved. So if it's still within inside the four walls of his Beit Medrash, I don't know how much influence that could be having.
Well, okay. First of all, he's 34, and frankly, I think I was very impressed that the rabbi he carries a picture of is the Rogachover, because the Rogachover is not a namby-pamby, say nice things to everyone type person, and
Mm-hmm.
he carries a picture of the Rogachover around, which for me is, yeah, the idea of inviting him to the TLC, that's never going to happen. But he, what I was listening to, he made a siyum on Zohar, and he asked a question which was an interesting question, and frankly, I know he said we have some answers too, but I would like to hear other answers. And I really loved that, because he seemed to be asking people to give answers, and then he gave an answer which I did not expect. So this was his question. His
Mm-hmm.
question is, why from Yetziat Mitzrayim, when there was bechipazon in baking matzah and everything like that, that it talks about the rechush gadol, right? Why is this inyan of rechush and halvaah and coming out with the materiality such an important thing? And the answer he gave was, I mean, if he's the first one to say it, it's actually very interesting. Which was that first, when they came out of Mitzrayim, they first went to Yamsuf, and then they went to the Midbar, and then and then they went to Eretz Yisrael, right? And he said, I'm not sure I understood him clearly, because Yam, he said, refers to Bina, and I didn't understand that whole part. But he said that Yerushalayim is Yerush Layam.
Yerushalayim, like Yerusha, like inheritance to the of the ocean.
Yes. And he was saying that there is an inyan of taking the material to the Yam, which is the same as bringing the materiality to Har Habayit. And that's why it's Yerush Layam. And I had never heard that as Yerushalayim being Yerush Layam before. Have you ever heard that before?
I've heard of I think I've heard of that in the context of Yerushalayim, like Yerushalayim, which connects again to the sky and to the you have the same thing with tzitzis, like anything connects to the ocean is like the sky is like God. So I've seen those moves before. However, this relates to something you mentioned earlier here, which is pardes. There's multiple levels to these things, right? So there's pshat, and then you have to learn how to like really integrate all these things and find there's answers at different levels of interpretation. So that is definitely an interesting it's definitely an interesting take onto that experience.
I tried finding one of he has published books, and I tried finding them. I couldn't find them online. If you walk into your local sifriya and find one of his books, I'll definitely, I would appreciate it.
You got it, no problem. Did you by any chance get a chance to see Jonathan Pageau's Exodus?
You mean Jordan Peterson's Exodus?
Yeah, but Jonathan Pageau on his own channel just posted like a 45-minute video about Exodus that he's doing, like as far as appreciation to what Jordan's doing.
Oh, I did not see that, because I was not impressed with Jordan Peterson's Exodus so far.
So what was interesting, what was nice to see about Jonathan's Pageau thing, so he goes through the similarities of explaining, the foreigner coming out and helping the Jew, the whole relationship with Moses as an Egyptian, shelling off, still being seen as an Egyptian and starting to shell off those the Egyptian garments that he's put on. He's symbolizing, like, the Israelites are oversaturated with a different culture, a technological culture. He leaves, he goes into the desert again. The proper balance of doing that with the Midianites, like Tzipporah's wife, the example, the parallel between Noah and the flood and Moses and the flood. So you have to imagine Noah is the only one that's left after everyone else is destroyed, and he's in a floating basket of himself, and Moses is floating inside his own little ark over the ocean that's filled with the dead Jewish children. So it's its own different micro version of the flood. I mean, again, things that are not necessarily too novel, but again, the way he's expressing it, I had to search for those things inside my tradition and have to find them in a certain context. No one has articulated it the way he does. And I'm sure there are rabbis that articulate it. If you go into, let's say, a private conversation with them, they'll have that kind of discussion with you. But it was funny because this was a discussion I was having with my nephew on Shabbat. He was over at my house and he was reading the book Sapiens. He saw my bookcase by Yuval Noah Harari. And this was like starting to blow his mind, and he started. What?
You did
Well, why do
not
I have that book?
have worms.
I'm sorry. What'd you say?
You opened a huge can of worms, Kazi.
First of all, I didn't give him the book. He was looking at my bookcase. He's 17 years
I'm
old. He's not a
talking
child.
about him. So on my server, you must not have seen the discussion we had about Harari, which is Grim was wondering why I don't rip Harari a new one and spend my time talking about why Harari is a horrible person. And
Mhm.
what I said was,
I don't know if he's a
nobody in
horrible
the
person.
center of the internet is, thank God, in any danger of thinking Harari is anything but a horrible person.
That you will know Harari is a horrible person. I think he has some good insights. I think from a historical point of view, there's certain things that are interesting to read. He writes in an interesting way. But yes, obviously, you have to take it with a grain of salt to a certain extent. Having said that, so my 17-year-old nephew was blindsided by this, and he was like, whoa, whoa, whoa. So I told him, like, you have plenty of your own grandfather's, your great grandfather's books talk about these kind of things if you want to, then answer this. So he took some of these books. Now I was surprised. I went to my sister. I'm like, why is he only finding about these things like now at 17? And she's like, well, his school, and like, how are we going to explain it to him? So almost even in my own house, which I feel like is more quote unquote protected from that, like I just said, like as I'm teaching my son not to necessarily believe that the resurrection is something that's it's going to happen, or that he's interpreting it the proper way. When I hear something like this from Jonathan Peugeot, to me, it only emboldens my faith in God, because it lets me. I'm happy that if people could start taking that and realize that that could also be another level of truth, as in, just because you're seeing that Moses and the story of the ark have parallels, that doesn't necessarily mean that they're all made up right now. It just means it's like a deeper level of understanding. So I'm very pro this Exodus series. I haven't seen it all, but like the more Bible out there, the better.
I'll agree with you. The more Bible out there, the better. But like, now I'm gonna have to make my video talking about what a horrible person Harari is.
Sure. He came out with two. A series of illustrated, like a graphic novel, which also, so that made like a bigger wave, like in Israel, because like it became like more accessible to, let's say, a younger generation.
No clue why this man is in any way like somebody anybody listens to. I have not heard him say anything profound yet.
You know who loves him?
Who
Sam Harris.
sounds
Sounds right.
100% right. Yes.
Let me hit you with something else though.
Dimwits and midwits loving each other sounds 100% in
here's another passage though, for you to use in this little corner. Kings 2, 17. Okay, this is talking about the Melech, the king of Ashur. ויהיו הגויים האלה יראים את אדוני, ואת פסיליהם היו עובדים, גם בניהם ובבניהם כאשר עשו אבותם, הם עושים עד היום הזה. The nations worship the Lord, but they also serve their idols. To this day, their children and their children's children do as their ancestors did. Okay?
This is 2 Kings 17 what?
Melachim Bet Yud Zayin.
Which verse?
What pasuk? I didn't write down what pasuk. 1 second. I'll get it to you.
Unless it's First Malachim 2.
Here it is. Mem Aleph.
So
read it and weep.
Feared the Lord and served their carved idols, both their children and their children's children, as their fathers did. So they do to this day. Yeah, but that's not like it's a good thing.
No, but that my point is to show that this connects to the other revelations we were talking about earlier, that there is definitely a narrative which finds a place for non-Israelite to still practice, and this has to do with the seven Noahide laws. If you see them as the basis that people could then build on top of, then there's languages and cultures that are people built themselves that are relevant for those cultures. Now,
So the Malbim says, "V'Hashem lo katzaf aleihem, v'lo ha'nisham, ki dai lahem ba'avodah u'v'yirah kezot, v'lachen achar shelo kachshu behasaba harishona, hagam she'avdu Elohim acherim lo achlu ha'arayot bahem, hagam she'Israel ne'enshu al zeh v'galu ma'artzam, Ki Israel yitzau miMitzrayim v'natan lahem Torah v'karat imahem habrit." So there you go.
well, again, the attitude is relating to something I said earlier, which was what the Zohar says, that that the Gentiles didn't have at the time direct connection. So we look at it as, let's say, AM and FM. So if you're dealing with an AM frequency, so there's going to be more tolerance for you trying to add more antennas to your roof because you're trying to get that signal. So ultimately, you realize you're trying to connect to the main satellite in the sky, but you require more tools to do so. And the Israelites at the time were just given, like, fiber optics, direct access at the time. The 7 laws, again, were, let's say, basic cable for everyone. And the attitude is everyone should work on top of that basic cable. And when you get to this verse we just read right now, you have people that developed very sophisticated, great channels on their end. Now, to ask them to start removing all those extra antennas culturally is going to be very problematic, so much so that it might also be counterintuitive. And as long as they're all aware that we're all connecting to the satellite in the sky, then there shouldn't be a problem. And this is true about Rabbeinu Tam, the Malbim, the Derech Moshe, the Be'er Gola, the Shach, the Yaakov Emden, Rav Tzvi Hirsch Chayot, Rav Yaakov Tzvi Mekellenberg. They all agree with this. Rambam, Sajagoa, and the Nodab Yehuda are against this. But you have that split. But there's more. I feel that there's more than enough heavy hitters to be leaning on in this conversation when you have concerns of, am I teaching? What am I teaching a Gentile, or how can you do shituf? Again, from my reading, it seems fairly clear that there's more than enough. There's enough wide shoulders to be leaning on.
I would love for you to actually talk to Rabbi Malotz about this. And yesterday I wasn't too coherent because I was very tired and about to go to bed. But
you also had your hoodie on. You were in your gangster mode. So.
And I was, so what I was trying to say about Lechatchila and B'diavad is, look, Lechatchila, would I say that there should be Shituf, there shouldn't be, like, Lechatchila is this Derech Moshe, that, right? But when we are talking, we are not talking Lechatchila, we are in fact talking B'diavad. We are
potentially.
What do you mean potentially?
Well, first of all, finish your thought. I didn't want to cut you off. Sorry.
B'diavad, I mean, if we're saying what is mutar as opposed to what is derech nechona she adam yavor ba, right? The question does not become, oh, there's a controversy, so Mahadran, they shouldn't do it, as opposed to there's a controversy, therefore we can't say it's prohibited to them.
I got you. So I hear what you're saying. However, what I'm seeing from looking at these sources, that it's not necessarily b'di'eved, and it's more lechatchila for them. Okay, and I'm gonna read out a translation over here of Rabbi Netanel Berav Payumi. He was the head rabbi of Yemen at the time, a contemporary of Maimonides. It is obligatory for every nation to behave according to what was born of it, and to follow its prophets, priests, and leaders, and not one was left without faith. That everything is from one God, and to him we all return, and all pray if they turn towards him, and every righteous soul clings to him, as it is said from Kohelet, and the dust returns to the ground that it was, and the life breath returns to the God who bestowed it. Okay, that is not a b'di'eved attitude. That is a chatchila telling you that is their language, and this relates to sort of something that Jonathan Sacks says. I'm just going to read this out. In the course of history, God spoke to humanity in a plethora of languages. To the Jews through Judaism, to the Christians through Christianity, and the Islam through. So these are voices that you're not saying, oh, like ideally he would have spoken in a different voice. So these to me look like chatchila moves, and I'm going to read another thing that Rav Kook says. The Rav Kook, this is what the Rav Kook says. Again, I'm loosely translating. Rav Kook recognizes that the masses reject any other religion, the masses of Jews. But according to him, this is just to the small-minded, like Tanei HaSechel. The people that need to make other people small to feel big. Ulam lemaaseh hi lelo lamed. But honestly, that's not true. Okay, now again, this isn't a big poster on Times Square. This is, you have to dig for these things to find where he's saying, yeah, well, the masses are going to think.
Look, if you actually go read what the Rebbe says, that's quoted in Sefer Arachim Chabad, because he also says, and this is the thing that I'm not so sure about translating, he says that the Shoresh Neshama of the Goyim does not have Shaychut B'Shem Havaya, Ella B'Shem Elokut, and Lamala Mishem Elokut, either from Tohu or from Elokut, and therefore there cannot be Shaychut to Shem Havaya directly, and that's why it must be Elakad Elakaya.
Okay, so just to make sure I understood you correctly, you're saying the Rebbe is saying that because, in a certain extent, because Judaism, going back with my analogy, received this fiber optic connection, right? They have to connect via fiber optic. However, Gentiles who received originally before the Israelites were selected, they have the primordial version of that connection to God, and they could only connect. Right? They have to connect through that, though, as in they have to connect through those vessels,
either through Tohu or through Elohim. And that's what, so this was interesting. So he said, it says, Derech Pifiot Beyadam, and he brings, I forget from exactly where, right? Charlie, very funny. He says that's why Cheref Pifiot is two-edged, right? It's Lamala Mihavaya, and it's Lamata Mihavaya, and the shaychut of the goyim is either one or the other. It's not davka behavaya, and that's another thing which he says havaya Yaakov chelek nachalato, right? Chevel
nachalato,
right? That's why Israel has to be the chevel.
First of all, this relates loosely to b'makom she omdim ba'alei tshuva, and I'm forgetting of the exact verse right now.
Right?
Exactly. So the point is, like, if you're coming in from the outside, you could potentially ascend to even a higher level. I wanted to read out one more thing, which I think you'll think is interesting, which also I think is very controversial, but interesting nonetheless. Again, a quote from Rav Kook. So in the foundations of our faith, there's no issue with other religions. We could see them as people getting closer to the light of God. This is a true religious value that we have to appreciate. According to the Rav Kook, okay, there's it doesn't contradict that other religions can have leaders, and even that these leaders could have prophecy or do mufti muchashim, that these prophets could even do a marvelous act. Okay, this is in Nivchei Hador, Parak Nun Bet. Efshar Klau Shena'alim ein bal zerem, from this stream. If we want to better understand ourselves, we cannot afford to not look deep into these other religions. Esav, ra'iti panecha kirot pnei Elohim. He mentions from the pasuk from Bereshit.
Jason brings up this pasuk every 5 minutes. Yeah.
Okay. Ve'al ken ahavat ha'achim shel Esav ve'Yaakov, the love of Esav and Jacob, shel Yitzchak ve'Ishmael, Isaac and Yishmael, ta'ale al kol otona milmot, will supersede all the transgressions and issues. So he says that connection, the loving connection, once we could return to that embrace, then that will be solved. You can even look at this as that's on my own tangent. I won't go there. But this is also in the Grot HaRaya Chelik Aleph. So this is again, this to me is why I'm interested once this book comes out in English to see what the modern Orthodox community is going to respond to this, because so far, from what I understand from him, that in Hebrew there's been no pushback.
Okay, I mean, look, ultimately, there's one thing that I've been saying that I'm very confident in saying, that it's hard to say in certain Jewish circles, which is that when we say Kol Yaakov v'Hayidayim Midei Esav, and we say Li Rosh Israel is Reshit, right? The Mila of Yadayim is that they can in fact rise above the head, and that's something a lot of people don't want to talk about.
I mean, the fact that they can rise above the head, that goes back to what you just said. They're connecting back to Tohu.
Yeah.
Right. The thing would be that we don't have to be scared, because
yes, a religious person shouldn't be scared of this, but the people who are specifically, you were saying, yeah, precisely what Rav Kook was saying. They are in fact not only what they will say to me, and they do say to me, is, while what you say may be true, if we were to teach this to our children, then they would not understand the Maila of being Yidden, which is the only halfway good argument they have.
Gentlemen, and any ladies that are watching, have a good night and have a great day, and we'll schmooze.
Talk to you later. Ariel, how you doing?
I'm alright. I've just been waking up at weird times, but I'm about to start school again after Thanksgiving break. Well, just for a week, and then it's out.
You know, I was just listening to a really interesting podcast, which made me think of you and Gavin, actually. It was the let me find the podcast again. It was the Huberman Lab podcast with Dr. Episode 99 with Dr. Christian, what was his name? Christian Palmer. And he says a lot of really interesting things there. And I'm really interested to actually find out more about his ideas. I have a very good a cousin who's also a very close friend of mine who actually works with him. And so what he was saying was a lot of things about mtDNA and stuff. I think that's right. I can't see. It was on Spotify that I found it.
Oh, but yeah, this is Dr. Chris Palmer, Diet and Nutrition for Mental Health, Huberman Lab, yes. Podcast 99.
Yeah. And so he said a lot of interesting things, but towards the end, where he talks about THC, he's gonna have more than one person hating him a lot.
What's he say?
He says that mitochondria has THC has THC receptors, and he believes there's a lot of damage being done to people's mental health through THC.
Like I definitely could see how it would have an impact, but do you really think that's any different than any other type of medication? And that's one of the reasons why I think that people shouldn't treat, cannabis like, oh, it's not a drug, it's a plant, because that's stupid. Drug literally means plant. But like, I do think that, perhaps it does get a bit more scrutiny than some other things. That's not to say that it doesn't have that impact, but that people should be using it consciously. And for instance, that you shouldn't be using it until you're a certain age because it really impacts development. I was actually talking about that with was it Kara Nodrick on her channel. We were recording a video about Isha Khail, and like it brought up like a lot of the different fibers and textiles because it's mentioned in that, and basically parsing some of it. But something that she brought up because what was it? The how you have like the reference to Shesh, but then you also have the reference to Pishtim, and how one of them's probably like referencing hemp, and given this in the context of for clothing, not for medicinal or for recreational use, but that she just got to talking about how she knows some people who they started using it really young and it really impacted their development. And yeah, I definitely see it with some of my friends. I didn't even start using it until I was much older, until I was already out of high school. And given I was using it for like, I didn't realize at first, but for medicinal reasons, and it was that or go on opioids. But yeah, it's definitely something that I think people who treat it like, oh, it doesn't have any impact on the brain or on mental health, like you're lying to yourself if you think that.
Yeah. Yeah, I highly recommend. I found the thing really interesting, and partially because I always wondered, like, why is the Jewish matrilineal thing, like, what is the spiritual difference? And like the mtDNA, what he explains, it made me completely understand it a different way. To answer you, Charlie, if I understand what you're saying, it is possible to think that possibly what the various ideas we were discussing might be saying, and this is actually the justification some people have for saying that we as Jews should not be encouraging a Noahide movement, because we should just understand that God is dealing with it himself and not be involved in it. Where I would disagree with that is, first of all, Maimonides and the idea of Hidush Dat and Matt's Mayhem, which I realize isn't doing much to help you, but like, yes, while some people may understand what we were saying in the way that you were mentioning, I think that is a very, very bad way of understanding it, and partially for the same reasons that Paul Vanderklay brought up when I mentioned that people would say these things to me, which is that we have work to do in the world, and saying we'll leave it to God is not a Jewish theological idea.
Is it also kind of like the idea, like, or at least it corresponds to the idea how, even though there's no such thing as being able to really bring, there's no way to bring Moshiach, but there is this idea that Moshiach won't come until until the world is a certain way. And so that's why some people interpret it that you basically have like that some people interpret it that if the world does get so bad at a certain point that God will intervene, but the other more traditional understanding is that you have to not bring Moshiach about, but you have to make the world where like it's kind of, it's like that's where it gets really like tricky, because it's like it's I don't know, maybe you could speak more to that.
So the reason why circumcision is the emblem of Judaism, there is a famous midrash in which I forget which Caesar comes and asks, I believe it was Rabbi Akiva, questions, and so Rabbi Akiva says to him, "What is greater, grapes or wine? What is greater, um, wheat or bread?" And uh, because he is explaining that the way the Greeks viewed the human body, right, being against circumcision, the idea that God created man in a certain way and now we are going to change that, right, is the opposite of how Jews view the world, which is that God created it in certain ways imperfect, not because he needed to create it imperfect, but because he wanted to give us the opportunity. And the analogy I always give is to my dog. I buy dog treats not because I want them, but because I want to give them to my dog. And I make my dog sit nicely and give me her paw. And I give her one of the treats as opposed to giving her all of the treats. Why? Because that is what is best for her, and giving her an opportunity to earn the treat is, in fact, what is best for her, makes her a happier dog, and helps train her to be a better dog, right? And in a very similar way, the Kabbalists talk about God giving us the opportunity to follow his commandments. Obviously, not because God needs us to follow his commandments, but because he is giving us an opportunity to earn what he gives us, which in fact makes us better people and makes creation in a real sense better than it was. And so anything that we do in bringing the Messiah is not something that is against the sovereignty of God, chas v'shalom, or to change God's mind, which is honestly not really possible, but only to affect a change in ourselves, which brings us into more accord with God and makes this place the darkest place in the world, which is the human heart, right? God wanted a dwelling place in the nether world, right? And what is the lowest spiritual place? It's the human heart. Why? Because a human has the capacity to go against the will of God. That is a miraculous power that God gave us, which is to deny Bore Olam, to in fact sin. And when we do sin, that is the furthest away from God that it's possible to be. And when we do God's will, that is in essence being like God in a way that's something which does not have the bechira, that does not have the ability to choose that we do could. And therefore we create a dwelling place in God's for God in the darkest place by making our hearts open to God's light.
It kind of reminds me in some ways like how you have this what was basically the heat source in ancient times. Like you see this referenced a lot in, I think it's Yechezkel, how essentially the fuel for the altar was actually manure. And the thing is, it's like something that's very like unholy, but it's being used to like lift up the holy, or like, you know, like like I don't know, I'm not phrasing it well, but basically it's like you need to burn it to create the heat to send up the Ketoret, or I forget if it was the Ketoret or what exactly it is.
You may be thinking of Mei Reglayim and the waters of either urine or for the Ketoret, or but we don't actually use it. And yeah, I mean, this is getting into really deep stuff that might be a little bit too far. Okay. Ooh, tough stuff. The awkward opportunity place. Am I correct that ties in with previous discussions on love, hate in some ways, and choice, will of God? Yep, tough stuff, good place. I would generally agree with that. Yeah. By the way, we don't need to be talking like in Hebrew about deep Jewish stuff. We could also be talking about just general stuff about life and like there's 9 people apparently watching right now, and you guys are welcome to just drop in if you would like.
So how have you been?
Pretty good, pretty good. I am getting to the end of open enrollment, which is uh good and means I might actually kind of be done with I'm I'm going back to school, so I'm probably going to give up my office, and um I might not do much insurance from now on, and because I am going back to school and might do stuff like that. Yeah.
Wait, what's this question? Is a dog weighing less than 25 pounds truly a dog? Where's this coming from?
Well, I've already answered that question, so if you give the wrong answer, I'm gonna have to kick you and never allow you back on the channel.
I mean, technically, if it's every dog starts its life weighing less than that. So are they not a dog before then? Like that's a weird parameter to set.
Well, okay. I think that any dog that doesn't grow to be over 25 pounds should be euthanized because it's just mean to let a dog that's that small live. I'm joking, but I'm not joking. I'm joking, but I'm not joking.
So you're not joking.
I am joking, but like I think dogs should be. I am not a huge fan of small dogs, and I think it is. I think it is cruel and unusual behavior, if not punishment, to breed dogs to be that small.
Hold on, there's a difference between like unhealthily breeding dogs to be really small, but I think that like there's a also you have to keep in mind how come larger dogs actually tend to live not as long as smaller dogs. It's not like you might not be thinking of small dogs, you might just be thinking of unhealthy and like poorly bred dogs.
No, okay, I'm okay. You have to understand. So when I talk about dogs and cats, I'm mostly joking because I think like the team dog versus team cat like spectator sport thing is funny and cute. And so yeah, I'm gonna make a meme with Jacob about that.
Yeah, you might not want memes with that going around. People might not get the joke.
Oh, come on. If anybody who doesn't get anybody who doesn't get that joke, like people need to learn to have a sense of humor, and if you can't have a sense of humor about dogs being about like being on team dog as opposed to team cat.
No, but you're joking about euthanizing small dogs.
Yeah, I euthanize about I joke about euthanizing kittens as well. Like if you can't make jokes about euthanizing small dogs, how can you make jokes about the Holocaust?
Yeah, I don't know who's making jokes about the Holocaust.
I make jokes about the Holocaust all the time.
I mean, I think it's in poor taste, but I'm not going to say, oh, you should be arrested for saying that. That's ridiculous. But like,
No. See, making jokes about the Holocaust is the most Jewish thing in the world. The producers, for example, is incredibly funny and part of Jewish history, and anybody who would be against something like, for example, singing "Springtime" for Hitler
yeah,
is
that's different. It's not, you're not singing a song that's like, I'm not even going to do it, but like, it's not a song about gassing the Jews, even though it's implicit because you're talking about the Nazis. But like, come on, I mean, there's a complete difference between making a joke about Hitler and joking about euthanizing animals.
See, this is the thing. It's like, no, I'm sorry. Like, and I've noticed this is a generational thing. Like in your generation, like people like have lost their sense of humor, which bothers me a lot.
No, I just don't think it's funny to joke about killing animals like that.
If it's not funny, don't laugh. But like plenty of people will, and that's the point of laughter. And like dark humor is funny. I like dark humor. What do you think, Sandy? Yeah.
Well, I was going to say, it reminds me of when my son was in hospital having surgeries. I joked with the doctors all the time. I used to think somebody who's willing to laugh at something that's a very dark place is keeping their head in a better headspace. So, yeah, from that context, yeah.
But that's something that you and your son were going through, as opposed to like, I mean, like, I think
he just turned 36. I still joke about it.
But it's something that you guys went through. So, like, imagine if someone who wasn't going through that were to make a joke about it.
That's fine. Yeah, no, I'm this is like, it's totally a generational thing. In my generation, like, yeah, we made these jokes all the time, and it was perfectly fine. And like, I have to wonder why, like, your generation has lost its sense of humor. It really feels like it.
No one around me, like even older than me, jokes about that type of stuff. It's just like, it's not a matter of, not having a sense of humor. It's just there's certain things that aren't inherently funny.
You sound so
they're not
like
funny. People wouldn't laugh at them, but people do laugh at them. Like, you can't say something isn't funny when people laugh at it.
I think it must be. I think Jacob's right. It must be a generational thing in a way. I lost somebody last year, and he used to say the most horrendous things at times to me, knowing it would make me laugh and waiting to see, if he'd push the button that was just going to get that look, right? Whereas in my first marriage, I had things said to me that, well, actually, I don't even think my first husband understood levels of humor. My son would agree. And so there is a difference. And the way you just replied to Jacob reminds me a lot of my youngest son, who has a great sense of humor, but would probably side with you on what is and isn't funny. So my thought is, there must be something that you do that's the equivalent of this, but just not this, because obviously this doesn't do it for you. So there's something that gets you through those places.
Well, Don Quixote brings up the thing with Count Dankula, and he didn't go to jail. He was fined, and he was convicted and fined, and they took 500 pounds, I think it was, and it was ridiculous, I have to say. And I think there is a generational aspect to it, and I have to wonder, Ariel, if like people around you don't make those jokes because they we've kind of learned not to make those jokes around younger people. Although I have to say, I also like find younger people who deliberately like make really bad, horrendous jokes, because like anything they say that like even like alludes to anything like that, like suddenly it's like they don't even have good bathroom like blue humor, and it really does feel like it's a generational thing.
Honestly, I think it's about the context, and there was no like you literally just brought up that you thought that all dogs that are under 25 pounds should be euthanized. Like that's not funny. Like
It's hilarious.
So
Like-
I would laugh when he says that because I know there is no way he's going to do that.
well,
I
but
can take
it's
that.
not
There's a
about whether he's
subtext
serious or not. It's just it's not funny. Like I don't think it's a matter of like, oh, I'm offended or whatever. It's more so like I don't find it funny in general.
Mhm.
Well, I mean, to each his own. If it's not funny to you, you don't have to laugh. But like yeah, it's, I mean, first of all, there are certain things that some people will find funny and certain people will not. That's just the thing. But just the idea of jokes in their outrageousness. For example, one of my favorite Holocaust jokes, right? How many Jews can you fit in a Volkswagen? 6 million and four in the seats, 6 million in the ashtray, right? Like,
Oh, that's terrible. I mean, and see,
yes,
there's the
but
response.
it's meant to be
Oh my
terrible.
goodness,
Like,
that's terrible. You know, and which is exactly why I would laugh, because because it answers that place where something is so painful that you just kind of go, what?
right. Yes. And those types of jokes, I mean, I do have to wonder. So Jonathan Haidt says he believes the reasons for this are partially because people are having children when they're older. So they're more careful around their children. They are having fewer children, which also makes them more protective of their children. And as a society, we've been so much more protective of our children. So, like, this type of shock humor, which is, in a sense, like, it's kind of like scary movies. I don't think scary movies are as popular as they were. You know, when I was a kid, like, all we wanted to do is go to movies which were so scary that our parents wouldn't let us go see them. But I don't know that like anybody really goes to scary movies like young
I'm not
people.
sure.
anymore.
My younger son, he's 34, and that's totally his thing. I took him up. I went to see him for Canadian Thanksgiving. So for beginning of October, I got him some picked up some movies from down where I am, because he's now moved 10 hours north of me to Timmins, Ontario, just slightly over into the snow belt there. And
But this is the same son that you were making, who went through really tough times and stuff. Or different son. Okay.
well, okay, so we all not the same son who went through the surgeries. No, that's my oldest son, the one that I was doing the sign language about the other day, because he's deaf, he has autism, cranial synostosis, which means stuck head in Latin. There, you want to talk about people that had a funny sense of humor? Who the heck names medical conditions? It sounds so much more impressive if I say cranial synostosis than he's got stuck head, like, which means the bones join pre-birth in one spot. And I'm like, this is why I was laughing. So much stuff is like, why don't you just say what you mean? You know, but it sounds better if you study it in Latin, apparently, you know. And but the younger one, no, he actually went to University of Guelph here, human kinetics, and now is taking a pay down the debt year. So and deciding what he's going to do, having just graduated at almost 34. He's not quite 34. But he loves, and he said to me, "Hey, Mom, thanks for the movies. And have you ever seen the scene?" Oh, and I've purposefully not watched it. I think it's one with one of those scary little doll things or something. Such and such scene in the elevator. It was so funny. And so he says to me, this thing where you like, it's so scary. He knows I would probably, dig my hands into something. He says, but it's so funny. And he goes on to describe to me how this scene in a particular horror movie is hilarious. If I could remember it, I'd do it justice, but I don't. Sorry, Josh.
Yeah. So Charlie says, I think those two things are separate. The internet has made most horror boring due to oversaturation. See, I don't think that's true. I don't actually think people are watching things that truly scare them or outrage them. Well, some outrage, but not in the same way on
I completely disagree. Like, it's now possible to see war crimes in a way that only if you were in the war would you be able to. Of course, most people don't engage with this, but it does saturate the internet in a way that it affects people even who haven't seen it. I mean, just think about all the stuff that was on Twitter about what was going on in Ukraine. Like, that's something that previously never would have been possible. So now you have stuff like joking about a war now affects people in a way that previously it might have not, because it was far off, whereas now it's close up. Same with animal abuse. It's part of the reason why animal abuse is taken more seriously now than it was probably, even 20, 30 years ago.
I think animal abuse is taken so seriously because people have little contact with animals. I actually think that's but right, Blazing Saddles. Basically, now I'm forgetting his name. I can see his face in front of me. You know who I'm talking? Mel Brooks.
Yeah. Mel Brooks, yeah.
Mel Brooks, his entire career, like everything funny, she doesn't look Druish. Like you could never make Spaceballs, even Spaceballs, and that's pretty, but Blazing Saddles, yeah, imagine making Blazing Saddles today. I don't think people. I didn't Netflix take Blazing Saddles off their service?
Wouldn't surprise me.
Charlie says, I'm getting too tired, going to head out, but basically just saying that Access makes going to a movie mom won't allow not very exciting when you can watch whatever you on your own phone. Okay. Word jokes are still funny though. My Vietnam was watching Saving Private Ryan as a child. Yeah, I mean, Mel Brooks, yeah. Wait a minute. When was the last time a movie villain kicked the dog? Okay, I have to say, I was watching. I think it was a Marvel series, Agent Coulter or something like that, and they killed a puppy, and I stopped watching the series because it was like, I don't need to see killing a puppy like bothers me way too much.
I'm sorry, this seems a bit inconsistent, to be completely honest. You have no issue joking about killing
puppies.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Wait, so you have the issue with them being puppies but not being dogs?
No. My issue was they weren't joking about killing puppies. They were actually killing puppies.
Yeah.
Okay, but I think the reason why you could compare the two is because even just talking and joking, when you joke about something, this is part of the reason why in ancient times words were seen as so much more powerful as we view them today, but you're essentially conjuring up an image in someone else's mind. And so even though you might be joking about it, people are imagining, dogs being euthanized purely for being under a certain weight. And obviously it's a joke. No one thinks you're being serious about it. Maybe some people do, but the thing is, it's the imagery. And so that's why I think you can draw a connection between that, and you don't like to see, even a depiction, even if they're not going to show the actual thing, you don't even want to imagine that. but that's the same thing. Maybe you're not thinking about it in that way when you're joking, but that's kind of how some people can interpret it.
Well, so again, that's the thing. It's like, for me, a joke about the Holocaust or about, is a way of dealing with something that I view is very horrible, in a way that, okay, obviously we're joking. Yes, I would never euthanize a dog like that.
Mm-mm.
Kids these days are too puritanical. I have to say, I kind of do. Yeah.
Well, but see, here's the thing. How can you say that while still having an issue watching a show where they depict an animal being hurt?
Well, again, because it was something I didn't want to see. It's not like I would be like, anybody who wants to see this is a bad person. But yeah.
Well, but no, that's my point. The reason why some people might not find that funny is because to them, it's giving that same trauma that you would feel from watching a show where that's depicted. You might not see that.
First of all, I have to say, I wasn't traumatized. And I think I don't like the term trauma being used that way, because there's real trauma, and then there's, I emotionally can't handle normal things, which that's not trauma. That's you having emotional problems. But I have no problem with somebody saying, I don't find X funny. It's what I find unacceptable is people telling other people that's not funny.
Wait, so you have an issue with people telling you that they don't think what you said is funny. They're not telling you not to say it. They're just telling you that they don't think it's funny. You have an issue with that?
No. But that's not what you were saying. You were saying it is not funny, as opposed to I don't find that funny. There's a difference.
Yeah, sorry, it was a misspeak. People misspeak all the time. I'm willing to admit that I mean I don't find it funny, because funny is not anything that's objective.
Okay, then we agree. Okay.
So I'm curious. What do you do when you're hanging around with your friends? What kind of stuff do you joke about? What is that same? No, and it's not even the same place, because when you were talking about trauma, I was thinking the whole reason that I was joking about the things in the hospital, I was joking about the trauma places, because I think, and this is what I think made me earlier pop on, not thinking this would be the discussion, is that in asking if Jacob was talking about this same place a few watches ago, I forget which thing I was watching, he was talking about the different ways that Jewish people and Christians use the word hate and the context and stuff. To me, what we're describing in terms of humor, not humor, is it sits in that question in my spirit the same way, of saying, okay, but this doesn't quite make sense in the way that you're describing it, and yet it does, So I literally actually asked to meet families whose child had the surgery my son went through, and the doctor himself, when I pushed him and asked him, debating whether to say what I'm going to say, because so my son, by 4 months old, no soft spot. I still joke about it, and I still joke about my mother saying she watched this surgery on television and proceeded to tell me about it after Jacob had his surgery. I'm okay with what the doctor said to me, but for some reason, that reality of my mother saying she was so worried and so disturbed that she watched it on a documentary that she just ran into, and describing the process of the procedure, even though I got it, I had to stop her at one point, because it was too directly connected. It was too real. Instead of humor allowing me to disconnect from something or to somehow displace something so that it sat in somewhere I could process it, it was doing the opposite. And there's a very fine line here with this. The whole context reminded me, my partner worked with in some of the Indigenous communities up north and loved it. And one of the things we talked about was how there's humor is one of the things in the community he was in that's just a natural thing. I saw an Indigenous comedian at a writing event I was at who was talking about why he wrote humor and why everything he did was humor, because he grew up, going to bed listening to the adults outside, the windows, sitting around the campfire talking about things, and everything was humor, but it wasn't really all funny. So there is, you're correct in being disturbed by going, I don't get it. This isn't right. Why is this not connecting for me? It lives in a certain place. So now I'm going to back up and tell you what the doctor told me that sat more easily with me in my probing, what am I going to put my child through, than what my mother did, which was to technically describe the procedure. I said to him, okay, so you've told me what you have to do. You've told me what the surgery is. I've asked to meet another family with a child who's been through it already. We had a brief chat, and I said to him, now, what do I really need to know? Like, what is that heart place in me that I need to know, giving you my 6-month-old? What do I need to know? And I said, what can I expect? What can I expect? And he goes, there's going to be a lot of swelling. There's going to be this, there's going to be that. And I went, no, seriously. What do I need to know? And he said, okay, pretend you handed me your 6-month-old and a baseball bat. That's about what he's going to look like, because he's like, he comes out, his whole face is swollen, his eyes are black and blue. I didn't know at that point that he was deaf. He had to have the surgery repeated at 2.5. By then we did, and I was asking for different questions because I now suddenly have for 2 weeks a child who's deaf and blind. It's not funny, but it's funny. I would tell people this thing in a place where I could let my heart go to somewhere that just goes, oh yeah, well, it's just, you make light of things that aren't light at all. And there's certain people in certain cultures and certain age groups, because of maybe our background has a different culture, because you do live in a different culture than I grew up in, where that's just how we coped, and can't really explain it without somehow pulling you back into that culture. And I don't know how, but there is something in your culture that is equivalent, something that will be different but equivalent. It has to be there. Every culture has something that lets it survive. Sorry, I don't usually just kind of go.
Yeah, honestly, I think that probably within my generation, that vein is more within the line of what would it be, like mass shootings, probably, like trying to make light of that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, besides that and obviously for a while after people weren't as raw from it, 9/11 became a big one. But where all these catchphrases started getting used as jokes, and people didn't mean it. But I think at the end of the day, there's a difference between. So no, I think there's a difference between not appreciating between not appreciating gallows humor and not finding something funny. I mean, I think there's plenty of stuff that's offensive but is also funny. It's just in the case of the joke that Jacob made. I mean, I think it's both. I mean, I don't even think it's offensive. I mean, it could be called offensive, but more than anything, I just don't find it funny. I think there's plenty of stuff that's offensive that's funny. So I think that's a distinction that needs to be made.
Mm-hmm. Well, and when I think about my partner, he would, oh my goodness, he loved the Three Stooges, and he'd watch Wizard of Oz every Christmas, and I'd go, oh my gosh, I can remember my family doing that. But and you repeat the same things over and over. And he was saying about some of the things the Three Stooges did that you could never do some of this stuff. But then he would dissect everything about it that was so intelligent, so well done. And and there was one guy he was bugging me with. I can picture him, total tongue-in-cheek comments about the wife, the mother, the something. If my ex-husband would have said that to me, it would have sat in that same place. My ex-husband used to use certain faith words and things as in ways to cut the feet out from under you. And he would have come across the same way, saying the same things about how much he loved this humor from this particular comedian. But the context would have been completely opposite. And there again, I'm thinking this whole thing about how we move ourselves or others by, I don't know, it's by the context. Everything is read between the lines in life. I mean, it really is. I learned that with autism, like I watched this one video, Geneva Center for Autism in Toronto. I'm near Toronto. They had a famous speaker from States, Washington area, maybe, I don't know, come up, and he was talking about how we're all a little autistic. And he would make these jokes about, why do we play basketball? He said, well, think about it. You get to go like this and up and down and up and down and up and down and run up and down to no point up and down a court with nobody but if you're autistic and you sit there and you flap your hands, well, and he alluded to about 4 or 5 different sports, and everybody in the audience is sitting there thinking, going, oh my gosh, he's right. We're all a little autistic, only we are or aren't, And he was saying, oh shoot, now I've lost my point on the other thing he was saying because I flipped to that. The visuals came in harder. Yeah, nope, you go back to talking because I have lost my point. It's like 2:30 in the morning here.
So what you were saying though, and this is kind of like, I think part of the reason why context is important as opposed to someone just saying we're all a little bit autistic, because in that context, he's not saying that everyone actually has autism. What he was saying is that that the idea that like autistic people are somehow really different or whatever, like at the end of the day, the stuff that they do is not that different than everyone else. It's just, it's not seen as normal because of society as opposed to anything of inherent or objective.
I remember the example was a child going into a kindergarten class, mom or worker bringing the child in, and the teacher sitting around the table with the rest of the students and says, like she welcomes the child in and says, would you like to come and take a seat? So the little boy goes, no, and walks off to a corner and does something alone. But she's not asking him, do you want to come and join us at the table? She's saying, come and sit down. Only she doesn't say, come and sit here. She says, would you like to take a seat? And he looks at her and says, no, because that's completely logical. That makes perfect sense in a brain that isn't reading the subtext in the same way, same script, different readers,
So I think part of what's important here is, yes, context is incredibly important. And with the internet, a lot of people have started saying context doesn't matter. And
wow,
that's really, really dangerous. But you hear people actually saying context doesn't matter, to the point where people, like, when that guy got fired from the New York Times because he was with a group of young people, and somebody asked him about somebody mentioning the N-word, and he's like, well, did they say the N-word or did they say, and then he said the N-word, right? And he got fired for that.
I think I remember that. Yeah.
And it's like, you just dropped all context. And there was another similar thing. Somebody in a law school during an exam asked students about what would happen if somebody called somebody the N-word. and he didn't actually use the N-word. The test said the N-word, right? And the mere fact that he alluded to it, and he got into all kinds of trouble, and I think they fired him, and then were forced to hire him back. And it's like, how do you lose context like that? To the point where saying the N-word is then taken to be as offensive as saying the N-word.
That is a very interesting question. And yeah. Is it because we've
What? Go ahead.
Is it because of just being too saturated with any version of television, screen, movie, whatever, that it lives in too real a place, even when we know it isn't, and therefore we don't discern as well between or my mind keeps going back to I don't know why my mind keeps going back to that definition you were giving of how hate is not the way that we, and I don't remember if it was Christians specifically or people in the West would talk about like hate to mean like I was signing you flick it away, something,
and not
but that's not it.
Yeah. Like annihilating hate, I would say, is not a Jewish concept of hate. Like the idea that you hate something to the point where you wish it never existed, right? That's not really within the Jewish frame, because if it exists, God created it, right? And it is in a truly monotheistic frame. This idea of an annihilating hate is itself kind of polytheistic and like out there. But I think part of the problem is that choosing the right level of analysis at any point in time is incredibly difficult. And we do it naturally. We switch levels of analysis constantly, and it's very difficult. And when you don't have practice choosing the right level of analysis, and I think the internet does that with us, that the level of analysis gets shifted and we're not participating in that, because to some extent a lot of people are very passive consumers of the internet. I think that's the problem. Yeah, Ariel?
It actually reminds me, so there was this one video I watched recently. It was talking about the Tide Pod challenge, and then what was the other one that got the NyQuil chicken thing. And so both things started off completely as jokes, but because the media started reporting on it and they didn't contextualize, well, they shouldn't have reported it on it in the first place, because no one was seriously doing it before then. But once they decontextualized it, people started doing it because it became a trend. Whereas before it was just a meme that hadn't been trending, and like they basically created a mountain out of a molehill.
It happens a lot. Don Quixote says, do you think comedy can help take the power of taboo words? Yes and no. I think part of what happened was that with George Carlin and this deliberate taking the taboo out of taboo words, we got to a point where there was no taboo words and we started creating new taboo words. You need taboo words, right? Like, there's a reason why I say the F word, because at some point I need to say fuck. And I need that to be shocking.
Mm-hmm.
And if it's not shocking ever, if you're constantly throwing the F-bomb, then you have no words which are taboo, which are like, no, this is really serious. Yes, and Don Quixote is a very funny name.
So so there was this there's this one group chat I'm in, and someone was what was it? They shared something about this one. Sorry, okay, yeah. Let me just find it. Okay, here it is. So this one person who got in an exchange with the person who's in the group. So he said, "This is Rabbi Mark Brownstein's office, and the other pic is his wife showing me a statue from the Museum of Natural Science. He's actually one of the first to tell me the Israelites are black. He's European Jewry." Like, I have a feeling that this guy's completely making it up, but at the same time, I kind of also wouldn't be surprised if you have some schmuck rabbi who's playing into their delusions. So it's like, I have no clue if this is a real person or not.
This is part of the problem of the internet, and I think we've gotten to a point because of what's it called, Poe's law, right? The idea that there's nothing so ridiculous that you can sarcastically that you can parody it, right? And I think that's part of the reason why the Babylon Bee is so effective, right? Because true satire, right? When, like, The Onion used to be really funny. I loved The Onion, even though they were always leftist. And look, a lot of humor tends to be on the left, right? Because it's always, humor is always kind of counter whatever the establishment is. The funny thing is now the left has become so establishment and tyrannical that now humor is on the right, and it's because we've had this weird shit where being a leftist is just so establishment, it's weird.
I'm going to confess that I am not super good with concepts of left and right in politics. It makes me feel a little dyslexic. So that all makes, yeah. I don't know which way's which, so it could be either.
So yeah, I mean, this idea of left and right does come from the French Revolution, and it's very convenient to split things into twos, and with our political system, especially in the United States, more so than other countries, because we have winner takes all elections, having splitting into two. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
So I'm randomly glitching back to something Ariel was just describing, which makes me think of my son again. And he's in one of those groups that does memes on the mummy. And when I think about our humor place, it's kind of like he'll send me things, and it makes me think again of what I was saying about context, because he'll go, "Do you get it, Mom? Do you get it?" And I'm like, I have no idea. And then I'll laugh because he knows I'll have no idea. But he sends it to me anyways. That and Pusheen. That came from a now friend, former girlfriend, who still loves Pusheen. And I'm like, thank you. Everybody needs a little Pusheen in their life. It's some cat thing. But memes are kind of like, that's your generation's thing, is memes in a big way.
So Zach is actually the god of memes. Like, he actually, like, he is a meme master extraordinaire. Even though he's kind of gone off Discord, and they're contextual. They require a better understanding. Like a lot of times it's just not my generation, and I like have to ask people to explain things. That's why the Know Your Meme website is so useful.
I did not know there was one.
Two websites that if you're over 30 you kind of need to really acquaint yourself with: Know Your Memes and Urban Dictionary. Without those, I would be very, very lost a lot of times.
Huh. Thank you.
Speaking of left and right, I'm still trying to get through Ian McGilchrist's book. I am not even going to pick up The Matter with Things, which apparently is like 2 volumes of 1,000 pages each. I read The Master and His Emissary. My recommendation, if you are going to try to read it yourself, is read the last chapter first, then read the second half, then read the first half. Because yeah, I was like, when I'm reading through this and I'm like, he's pointing a lot of stuff out, but he's not like explaining. And I realized later what he was trying to do, because he's trying to explain, like, it's one of these experiential things where you describe something by actually like acting it out. So he's explaining how the human brain is split into 2 by like starting with the left brain and things in without definition, and then going into the overarching thing, and like at the end he like brings everything together. And while that was cute and everything, if it started with the overarching thing, then when I was going through the details, I could better put them together and like remember them and understand them. And so, yeah, I would say if you're gonna read it, I would at the very least read the last chapter first, and then read it.
Not to talk about it a ton, but because I've never even heard of this person or 2 giant books like that. But yeah, sorry, true shock value.
In this little corner of the internet, Ian McGilchrist is like a really well-known name.
So I've never on purpose listened to Jordan Peterson either. Recommended to me slightly.
Get off my stream! Who let you on my stream?
I had him recommended to me by some guy in one of my music groups, just slightly pre-COVID. And every once in a while, I kind of like go over to the edge and peer around the door because I feel bad because my son does not like him at all. And so I feel like terribly disloyal if I listen to anything at all he said.
Well, first of all, I actually think you would really like his Genesis series.
That's what the guy at the music group said.
I think you would really like it. But if I am going to introduce anyone to Jordan Peterson, I recommend they watch the Kathy Newman interview. It's half an hour, and it was very interesting, and it may be his best performance. So because of COVID, I hadn't seen my cousin for a long time, and then one of my aunts died, and we were at the funeral, and it was the first time I had seen my cousin, and this particular cousin, in a long time. And we're standing around and we're talking, and he starts telling me, yeah, so I've been listening to this guy Jordan Peterson, and I'm like, really? What got you into him? Because I hadn't remembered that I had, like, before COVID, like 2 years ago, sent him the Kathy Newman interview, and he's like, well, somebody sent me the Kathy Newman interview. oh, it was you. I'm like, yeah, I was just wondering what worked. Like I'm like his biggest evangelist. He's like, oh, so you like him too? I'm like, yeah, I introduced you.
I have to admit, like I do have some issues with him going a bit out of his discipline, but I think that a lot of his analyses are really good.
Look, all of us go out of our discipline at times. That's part of distributed cognition. I the the funny thing I is the people who hate him tend to have one of two complaints. One, what he's saying is not original at all, or he's too controversial. And it's like, pick one of the two, right? Either what he's saying is not controversial or it's not new, right? You can't say that him saying things which are not new is controversial.
I also think that it's not necessarily that they're saying that everything he says is controversial or everything that he says is not new, but sort of that you have like a little bit in here and a little bit in there. But I think the main criticism that could be made from like a scholarly point is the way that he tries and like explains religion, like from a like psychoanalytical standpoint. It's not wrong, but the problem is that's not the way that most of the world interprets this stuff. So like for instance, when he
Not
talks
most of
about
the
how
world. Look, most Americans have a very Protestant view of religion. Yes, that's true. But that's not how most of the world has always viewed religion.
yeah, no, so it's more so like it almost feels like he's kind of superimposing that, or like how he'll talk about like this, like he'll talk about like violence or stuff that's seen as like negative, but then he'll try and make it into like, and it's an internal struggle, which I think there's definitely legitimate, interpretations of it that way, but it's kind of like ignoring the most basic interpretations in certain cases in order to do apologetics for the text. And this is literally, it could be any of the Abrahamic traditions.
Honestly, I think that's a very Protestant view of the text that comes from Martin Luther, and it's very, very particular to a certain culture that is pervasive in the United States. But this is John Vervaeke, and how he's kind of having to come to grips with the fact that Jordan Peterson or Spinoza's God is classic theism. It's not like, yes, I believe in an agentic God that is not just Irenic, but the belief in the Irenic God, like that's what most people believed in. And like, to take Martin Luther's view of the text and Martin Luther's, and again, I think this is why Eastern Orthodoxy has become so suddenly popular in the United States, is people, and frankly, I think a lot of the people, the reason they are going towards Eastern Orthodoxy is they cannot accept that the problem to begin with was Martin Luther and Protestantism, and just go back to the Catholic Church, because that would be just too shocking to their sensibilities.
So actually, kind of going along this, do you know about the whole like the prophecy or like the story? I forget if it's a midrash or what, but about the Moshiach at the gates of Rome.
Yes.
So have you heard of the interpretation, like so like the Moshiach won't come until the gates have fallen, been rebuilt, fallen again, been rebuilt, fallen again, and been rebuilt for the third time, and like that some people correlate this with the idea that it's like the third Rome, and that's also kind of like might be connected to the idea of Russia, who calls itself the third Rome because after Constantinople was sacked, the center of Eastern Orthodoxy basically moved to Russia. And so they basically took on this title of being the third Rome after the second Rome being Constantinople, or the Eastern Empire.
This I had never heard of.
it's kind of interesting because Russia has been basically anti-Semitic from its from its origins as a nation, like going all the way back to prior to the Khmelnytsky stuff, but that was Ukrainian, but it was influenced a lot because of Russian policy, or okay, but even when you go back far enough in time, you're not really dealing with Russia as a national entity, but more so the groups that later become, controlled by Russia or are in Russian lands. But basically, that it is kind of eerie because, especially now, Russia has been propagating so much anti-Semitic propaganda, especially trying to claim that there's a Jewish cabal that owns the world or some crap like that. But the thing is that, I mean, it is a nice thought that once Russia falls, that's one of the signs that Moshiach would come. I mean, that's hopeful to me, but
I mean, so Russia's complex, and Russian history is complex, and I think part of the problem is that Americans, I don't think we have a very good grasp of Russian history, and that includes me. And the complexity and diversity of really what we mean is all the former Soviet republics as well. But even when you just talk about Russia, you're talking from everything from St. Petersburg all the way to the borders of China, right? And those are two very different, that are all part of the same empire. And yeah, in 10 minutes, I am going to turn into a pumpkin because it's going to be midnight here.
Ooh, yeah. 3 a.m. I might still get 2 hours sleep.
You have to be at work in the morning?
I start at 7.
Sounds like fun. I don't believe in 6 a.m.
Fun was on Saturday when I had a closing shift from 1:30 to 10 and woke up at 3 a.m.
Ooh.
Yeah.
What do you do? If you
Retail.
don't mind. Uh-huh.
Yes. I work in fashion, retail.
Okay.
Customer chaos.
I just remember when I was in high school, I worked at Nordstrom as a cashier, and they have a sale, a big sale. I forget when it was, but they have a big sale every year, and it's this huge sale, and everybody who worked there worked from morning till night, right? So we had to get there 6 a.m., right? And everybody had to work 6 a.m. to 8 p.m. or something like that.
I know a number of people in my store that do that on a more regular basis, mostly because we can't keep people and there's only them.
Yeah, well, so I just remember I was a cashier, so I had to get the money change bag from the 4th floor, and I worked on the 1st floor, and I'm going down the escalators, and it's 7 a.m. and I look, and we had these glass doors, right? And I'm coming down the escalators, and I look, and there are people, it looked like a horde of zombies at the door.
Yeah.
It was just the funniest thing, and I will never forget that sight. It was kind of scary, actually. You're inside, the store hasn't opened yet, everything is just getting ready, and these people are they were against the
South Park did a special for Black Friday where they made fun of that, where it's the what was it from Game of Thrones, the people on the wall.
honestly, like people, and I remember people like fighting over things, and by the end of the day, like all the racks were empty.
Wow.
Yeah,
I don't think anybody does sales like that anymore.
of course not. Like, why would you? Like, I remember the thing is like when people can order things, the only reason I will buy something in an actual store is either it's something that like in shipping and then me getting it, it's gonna like it's food or something,
Yeah.
or it's something I need immediately. And even that, you can just order it to get delivered immediately. Or I really want to see what it's like and like actually see it and feel it. But like, so when I give up my office, this table is like the only thing I can't take with me because it's too big and it's going to be like a huge deal to even get it out the door here, much less get it to my apartment and then up second floor. And I don't think I can undo it. And I don't think I spent $500 on it, but I was looking at it on Amazon and it's like $500. And it's like, ew. Yeah, so I'm like considering everything else here is small enough that with help I can get it out of here and get it back to my apartment, but like this is too big and I don't know if I can disassemble it. And if I do and then get it home, I don't know if I assemble it if it'll actually be like worth all the trouble. I guess I should just disassemble it.
So, Jacob, I have a question. I don't know if you have any insight on this. So a while ago, I forget how I even stumbled across this, but let's see, where is it? Was it? Oh yeah. So I think I was looking for references to Mount Hermon, but there's this one. Let's see, is this? No, it's not that one. Sorry, 1 second. But basically, to your understanding, what does Hartzion mean?
Good question. So what I remember originally being taught back when I was in university, way before you were born, and I learned Hebrew for the first time. The professor said that Sion is the region in which Jerusalem is. And so, I mean, you could say Har Zion is all of the hills in that region, or you might say that Jerusalem is the hill of Jerusalem. I mean, of Zion. But, like, honestly, I'm not sure it was that clearly defined in various biblical texts. And I think there's a danger in over interpreting things.
So the reason I ask because let's see if I can find. Okay, here I found it. So Deuteronomy 4:48.
Deuteronomy 4:48.
So based off of this, because the definition that I can find for the innocuous thing here is the same.
Oh, hold on. This is Har Zion with a summit.
But it has the same definition though, which means that I think that basically it says Sion is lofty, but like lofty or high, that's also the same definition for Sion. So even though they rhyme, but they're spelled differently, they have the same meaning.
Mm. Where'd that tab go?
Which it kind of makes me think if it means lofty mountain, and that's like the definition of it, on top of it also being, a name. At least we associate it primarily with a name as opposed to the meaning. But if it is a meaning and it means lofty mountain, Hartzion, it means the or a lofty mountain. You could argue that Mount Moriah is the Hartzion of Jerusalem, and that's the reason why it says here that Hermon is Sion, because it's not saying that it is the Mount Sion, it is a Mount Sion. But in this case, I think you could I think you might actually be able to make an argument that this tradition, that the Canaanites had some variation of it, either that or like Northern Israelites, and so as a result, you have this tradition of the holy mountain or the lofty mountain up in the north, which later gets associated with like the story of the fallen angels. But in the case of Hartzion, and that's the other thing, because you have Hartzion in Jerusalem, but you also have Har Sinai, which is where the Torah was given, and then on top of that, for the Samaritans, you have Har Grizim and Har Ebel, which they associate those with the mountains that the Torah was given on, I think. Or actually, wait, I'm not sure about that, but or no, they think that's where the temple was. Sorry, that's what it is. They think that's where the temple was, and that's where Yitzchak was almost sacrificed during the Akedah.
It's also used, well, Joshua 19:19 uses the same word Sion. Rashi and the Ramban both think that this Sion is Sirion, and that I think that's where the JPS got it from Deuteronomy 3:9.
So that actually that reminds me of in Eshet Chayil, where it talks about was it Chagor Natna Leknani, and how that gets understood as being a reference to a merchant, even though the Kanani, it would make more sense for it to be spelled with a kof, but even though it's spelled with a kaf, there's some sort of connection between the two spellings, apparently because the Canaanites or the Phoenicians were basically the traders of the ancient world. They were responsible for trade throughout the Mediterranean, so it could just be that contextual. That's what Yosef was saying last night after you hopped off, that Kanani might have just taken on the context. Like if it was written later, as you have, the scholarly theories, or if it's later, then it might be in reference to Kanani basically just becoming a word that means merchant. Or if it was written during the time of Shlomo HaMelech, if he wrote it, then you could argue that this is back when you still have Canaanim, which in this case it could be the Phoenicians as opposed to the Canaanites who were in the land.
From everything I'm seeing, I don't see anybody saying that this is that Sion and Sion are related.
Well, so what does Sion mean?
Well, the word Sion, so Sion would be with Samech, would likely be from raising up, whereas Sion with a tzaddik would be from showing. And I guess you could say there is some relationship, but it's not a close relationship. And it's midnight, and I'm going to turn into a pumpkin. You might want to ask Yosef. He's better at this stuff than I am. Okay,
Cool.
I am going to say good night because it's late. Good night, people.
Have a
Good
good
night.
night. Layla